All right, everybody, welcome to the wide, wide world of Kriegsspiel. We are spanning the globe to bring you the constant variety of Kriegsspiel, the thrill of victory, the agony of defeat, the human drama of competition. This is IKS Open Saturday. Welcome, everybody, and we are doing a fantastic game today. This is going to be a game run by Ottovsky, who is one of our finest Kriegsspiel umpires. This is obviously an Eastern Front scenario. The year is 1944. This is in Estonia, which is a whole nother country. And the First Shock Army and the 82nd Army are preparing to attack, and our action will be focused in the north between the 82nd Army and the 12th Luftwaffe, and it's some sort of an elite division. And we will be seeing if the Soviets, with their raw manpower and massive bank of artillery, can plow through these experienced German soldiers, these veteran Germans, and achieve their objective. Now, we have been warned by Master Umpire Ottovsky that the game can end in just a few turns, or it can end after many turns, and all of that will depend on how things go. The Soviet commander, who happens to be my good friend Achilles, who is playing as the commander today, was required to prepare a plan and submit it in advance. This is consistent with Soviet doctrine, where there is essentially a plan, and at a certain time, everything sort of happens, and there isn't much flexibility. Everybody's expected to do their part. So we will see if his plan, which I suppose we could think of as some kind of form of automation, is going to work out, or if it will be quickly frustrated by the German defenders. So let's go ahead. I'm going to turn my face off here because you don't need to look at me. I will be joined by Dave Pumphouse at some time. That's the expectation, is that Dave Pumphouse will be joining me as a commentator. And let's see here. We are going to pop into the Umpire channel real quick, and just to kind of sneak in there and hear what they have to say. And then we're going to take a look at some of the player channels and see what's going on in the player channels. All right, this is the Umpire channel, and let's go down here. Hello, umpires.
Hey, one sec, guys. By the way, just a status update. I've almost finished sorting out the people into teams, but I'm checking if I can give the Germans one more player, or if he goes to the Soviets.
Yep. Don Blazer, he's in lobby. He wants to join as
Yep.
well.
All right.
All right.
Antoine de Jomini, you are 3rd Rifle Company.
Understood.
We're checking in with the Red Army contingent here to see if they are taking this seriously or playing tiddlywinks.
Colonel Nevsky, you are, I forgot where I'm at, I think 4th Rifle Company.
No, I'm the CIC.
Oh. Do you already have a channel?
I do, yes.
Okay. Lost track where I am. Alright, so you're good. Jomini, I did. Shipovsky, you are 4th then.
All right, let's make Achilles here come down to Red 2 with me, and we'll ask him some questions in anticipation of today's event. Hello, Mr. Achilles. How's it going, man?
Very good. Very good. How are you?
Just fine. I have a very important question for you. How are your dogs doing?
Um, they're doing very well, although somehow or another they're not actually in the room with us
That's not good.
because my wife is busy looking at pictures of hotels in Italy where we're going to stay instead of looking after the dogs.
Well, are you sure they're not just, pooping or chewing up a cord or something or cable?
I'm totally not sure of that. They could be doing all of that and more.
Yeah, that's what I have to pay attention to with mine. Just so everybody gets the inside joke, I happen to be a big dog lover, and so dogs often come up in conversation when I'm about. But anyway, Colonel Nevsky, huh?
Yes, sir.
I understand that today is a glorious day for the Soviet Union. What can we expect to see today besides victory?
Yes, hopefully we will see victory. Either that or they'll have to bring in a new regiment to try it again next week.
Well, you had to make a plan for this to begin with, right?
Yes.
What can you tell our audience about the plan, or what are you willing to tell our audience about the plan?
Simplicity. It is entirely
That's
a
it. Bring in the KGB. Arrest him. He's traitor. He is announcing the plan. He's
That's right.
giving away state secrets.
I care nothing for OPSEC.
Off to
it's an incredible-
Siberia with you. No, go ahead.
It's a very, very simple plan. It's Soviet style in that regard. It's very simple. But as we looked at the problem, my second in command, Lafandios, and myself, it was our decision that this is essentially a breach assault, which is what we're attempting to do. And so we employed the formulaic method for breach assault, which is SOSRA, which stands for suppress, obscure, secure, reduce, and assault. And so the plan follows those phases. And from my perspective, since no actual geographic objective was given, and our briefing was that we are to punch a hole for those units that are back behind us. Essentially, we're creating the hole for everybody else to follow through, with no geographic objective. So from my perspective, if we achieve stage 2 out of the 3, which are there are 3 geographic locations that we determined that we're going after. If we get 2 out of the 3, I'm going to consider this highly successful. The third one is, boy, that'll be nice to get, but if we don't get it, we still achieved what we needed to achieve.
I think Otto's being a little cruel, allowing you and Lafondios to team up together.
I was glad he did. As a matter of fact, that was one of the things that drew me to actually playing this game was the opportunity to work with him, because I've kind of wanted to do that, and this was a great opportunity for us. So,
well, it will either be gloriously successful or it will be a massive instant disaster, and we will
we'll
see.
know probably pretty quickly.
Yeah.
My guess is within the first hour of game time, not real time, but game time, it'll be really obvious whether whether it's going to turn into a bloody mess or there's an opportunity for success here. That'll be pretty clear fairly quickly.
The Soviet god of war, which is your artillery, is present. What can you tell me about your artillery?
Well, as stated in our briefing, all of our artillery all of our off-map artillery assets had to be pre-planned. And unlike an earlier game that someone we won't mention was in, we don't get to use a code word call to bring in the fire and just have to pre-plan the location. We had to pre-plan the location and the timing of the fire, and we actually have a remarkably limited number of fire missions per battery. So each battery was only allotted 3 HE fire missions and 1 smoke fire mission. So unfortunately, we didn't find out about that restriction until last night. So I had to retool. We had to retool the fire plan, but the entire fire plan had to be pre-planned. So that is obviously a tricky thing. There's no flexibility there. You can't say, oh, the enemy turned out to be, to the left of where I thought they were going to be, and so we'd like to shift the fire to there. We don't have that opportunity. The shells are going to land where we told them to land, earlier this week. So if the enemy's not there, we're just going to blow up a lot of empty ground. So that really does inform how you plan the assault, because you need to try to figure out where is the center of gravity for your opponent. Where do you anticipate him to have any kind of collective group, and also where are you going, and what kind of asset, what kind of force amplifier are you going to need to take those locations, and then apply it that way. It's it's very, very difficult to do, and that's probably the hardest part of the planning for this.
What's your Schwerpunkt going to be? I'm looking at the map now.
If you look for Molnica.
Okay, I see it. Yep.
Okay. Molnica is stage 2 objective. So the first wave, the first group, first battalion is intended to penetrate the trench line right before you get to Molnica. That area between Hill 129.2 and Gorgovka or something like that on the map.
Okay.
That's the breach point. That's the target for the breach. Okay? So they need to do the breach of that, and then secure the breach. Then the 2nd battalion, which is reinforced with some attached AT and direct fire artillery, their target will be Molnica, which to me was the center of gravity for the line. And then if we're able to secure Molnica, the 3rd battalion will push to the northeast towards Sabalina.
Okay, I see that.
Okay.
All
and
right.
that would cut off everything on the right. By if we can get to there, we basically use the swamp as the guideline on that side there, and that cuts off everything on that side. But if we reach that point, then we've really blown a hole in the line. So, anything following up is going to have an easy time going through there.
All right. Let's just see how this unfolds then. I've got more questions, but I don't have time. I need to get to the German side and see what they have to say. And we'll just see how this unfolds. And I'll pop in with you as time allows.
If you want to know what my, I should say right quickly, what my biggest concern or fear from the other side is going to be is their counter artillery. That's my biggest fear, is if they if they are able to, because they have more flexible call for fire, I'm sure, if they're able to identify where our mass is and then drop everything on it, they will grind up the assault pretty badly.
Well, two things. First of all, this is why you're going to Gulag, because your biggest fear should be to disappoint
Stalin.
Comrade Stalin. Yeah, exactly. But your second concern is, I would imagine that you're going to attack just north of Gorohova and Samzarjuri. You're going to move to that open ground towards Mitkovisti. I'm not familiar with these names.
I have no intention of going there.
Oh, good. So are you going to pass through the woods then?
Yes, we're
Yeah.
coming through that wooded, hilly region,
Just
just
to the
outside
north.
of where the breach point is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because most Kriegsspielers would move through the open, flat terrain.
Excuse me, Commander Colonel.
Mm-hmm.
For your information, you have 15 minutes until to finish planning and briefing your subordinates, and the timer starts
Okay.
now.
Are they all waiting for me to brief them now?
I don't know, they are your subordinates.
All right.
All right. I got to go do my briefing. Good luck with the Germans.
Thank you. All right, and just to enlighten those who are maybe you're wondering, well, why wouldn't you attack through the open ground? Generally, the attacker wants to use cover for their approach, broken ground, trees, forests, anything like that. That kind of terrain actually favors the attacker. As a defender, you want clear open fields of fire to your front so that you can cut down your attackers. A lot of people assume that when you're attacking, you want to attack across open ground so that you can kind of stay in order, you can move larger numbers of troops more quickly, you maintain cohesion, which is kind of a Napoleonic way of looking at it. But in modern warfare, you definitely want to use the broken, wooded terrain, or maybe smashed up buildings, whatever it is. You need to make a covered approach to your attacker, because the defensive firepower of your attacker is going to be pretty overwhelming. They're going to probably have machine guns or at least automatic rifles or something. You don't want to be in the open facing off against that. So this is why I'm very encouraged to hear that Achilles is going to pass through here on his attack rather than through here. And I would bet you that the German commander is focused on this open ground just to the south here, and that is where they are pointing their guns and other things, but we'll see. You can also see trenches here. So the Germans clearly have some trench lines set up, including trench lines that face the woods. So someone's reloading the map here. That wasn't very good timing since we're trying to zoom in and look at it. Sorry, guys. But the German commander's probably focused on that space just to the south, just because that's kind of human nature. But we'll see. So we're going to go talk to the German commander right now and see where their head is. Maybe I'm wrong about the German commander, and they are exactly focused on just the right spot. Let's take a look.
Wait. What do we still have left? I put Evo down, I put Astra down. No, I
Is Medi playing? Hello?
I don't know, he's joined late if he's going to be playing.
Okay, everyone is
Can you
joining
just
this
list to
jam.
me who you've assigned? I'm gonna just list it up in the discussion so we have an overview.
Okay, first company is Luigi.
Alright, I'm gonna head to the ambush.
Second company
First is Luigi.
Yeah, second company is Astradom. Third company
Second
is
company is Astra,
Astrodome. Is Avo
Um,
playing, or is he just
third
sitting in the chat?
company.
Okay, it sounds like the German team is still just sorting themselves out. And so we're going to let them continue to assign their players, and we'll pop back down once they've finished their administrative duties so that we can interview their commander-in-chief and sort of get their plan. So we're just going to stand by for that. I'm pretty sure that the Soviets are also doing a briefing. Let's take a look now and see what the Soviets are talking about.
At 0600, which is when game starts, the first barrage is going to be by half of our batteries. We have two, by the way, we have two off-map artillery regiments. Half of our batteries are going to drop along the entire German line, different locations along the German line. Okay, and it's a suppression. Then at 0650, that's going to be 0600 to 0615. At 0615 to 0630, there'll be a ceasefire, no artillery fire. During that time period, at 0600, 1st Battalion will begin moving towards their jump-off point. 2nd Battalion will be right behind them, and 3rd Battalion will hold its position. And I'll tell you where all those are when I get through the fire plan. So from 0615 to 0630, we have a ceasefire. You're going to continue to move until you get up to your start-off, your jump location.
Hello.
At 0640, I'm sorry, 0615, 06 to 0615, 615 to 630. Okay, at 630, 0630, there will be a massive suppression fire. All batteries are going to fire on the area between Gorgova and Hill 129.2. So if you are looking at the map, okay, that area between Gorgova and Hill 129.2.
Hello, guys. I will need to know who's commanding who.
And there goes my 15 minutes. All right. Who's first? You guys just rattle them off. Tell them who you are.
First
Go down in
company,
order.
first battalion.
Okay, let's hop up to the Germans and see if they are sorted out. Hello, who is the German commander-in-chief?
Me.
Hey, Dog Pilot, do you have a few minutes to answer some questions, or is now a poor time?
Sorry, I just finished eating a chip. Yeah, I have time.
Okay,
Yeah, I
let's...
saw what you wrote, KB. Not sure if I can really...
Yeah, I'm just saying.
I have the effort to do anything about that, but if there's like somebody joins, I might have him like replace that player.
No, it's fine. I'm just saying.
Yeah. Also, yeah, you guys all should change your Discord name to period correct name, with possibly your rank. You're all very much encouraged to roleplay because it makes the game more fun.
What rank would I be?
Okay. You're hearing Otto, and Otto Vosky is the master umpire who is running the event. So anytime an umpire pops into a channel, we kind of have to stop. We want to stop so the umpire can get orders or convey critical information, because for the umpires, it's an exercise in speed. You know, they got to be moving and moving quickly. They can't wait for people to just finish a sentence or whatever. So when the umpire comes in, they have absolute priority. Everything stops. You listen and pay attention to the umpire, because that's what keeps the game moving. Otto's still up there talking to him. We'll pop back in, and then we're going to interview dog pilot, who is Major Artur. Okay, I'm going to pull him down here. Auto's out. Hello?
Oh, hello?
Hello, dog pilot. Okay. Hey, I wanted to ask you what your plan is for the day. What are you... yeah.
To win the battle and counterattack. Or wait, what was it again? It was, well, okay. It's a very methodical way to do this, which is just a bunch of defensive lines on defensive lines, with an emphasis on having some depth for the line, and being able to like withdraw a lot, having the Soviets constantly be focused on multiple things at the same time, and trying to avoid the Red God of War.
Mm-hmm. So it sounds like you clearly expect the Soviets are going to attack today. Where do you think they're going to attack?
My assumption was that they were going to attack along the southern axis of my line, along the Utse-Kuse line, roughly. And up there's 2 roads which lead up there, and it's the only flat part of the field. I expect the Soviets will attempt to push some infantry or something through the marsh and forest on my left, but I find it unlikely that they'll attempt to push any heavy equipment or anything similar through there.
Mm-hmm. So you think they're going to come through? I see Utsa, so they're going to come through north of Utsa or south of Utsa?
Probably from that direction. Probably I don't really know that specifically, but along that area roughly.
Okay.
I think they're gonna have 2 attacking wings. I don't think they're just gonna attack with all their force at one single point along my line.
Mm-hmm.
If they do, I feel like I'm gonna be able to get I'm gonna just be able to get my reserves so concentrated on that region, and hopefully I won't lose. Hopefully.
Yeah. I see that you have trench lines on the map. Are these are these just, I think they've been placed there. I don't think they're written on the map, or they're drawn on the module here. Did you place those trench lines yourself?
I did. All well alongside my 2 ICKB.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And what kind of artillery and air support do you have available?
Air support?
Right, you're the Germans, right? Don't you have all kinds of Stuka bombers and other things?
Air support? Yeah, okay, that's hilarious.
No Stukas,
I have a surprising amount of artillery. I wasn't expecting to be given like 6 artillery groups, but it is like 18 guns, so for a regiment that would be expected.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah, it's artillery. Having artillery is nice. Having mortars is nice.
Yeah.
Hey, and if it all goes down, I can always be a NATO advisor.
Right. So always think about that post-war career, right? Yeah, I always have to have the next move planned. So.
Yeah, I need to do really good at this battle so I can be like given a command on the Western Front, and then I can surrender over there.
There you are. There you are. That's right. Because you definitely don't want to surrender to the Soviets.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad you have the proper mindset for this game. I'm sure the Fuhrer will be very proud of you, planning on your surrender and other things well in advance of it being required of you. And that just shows maturity and advanced planning, and obviously that's what we would call in America amazing strategery.
Amazing strategery?
Yeah, it doesn't mean anything. I made it up. But anyway. All right. Well, we'll see how it goes. I'll pop in to interview you throughout the event, and let's just see what happens.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the reinforcement column. It's coming soon, right?
Oh yeah, yeah. They're just right behind you. They've got your back.
Yeah, I was promised
Way
like
back. Way back.
I was promised a full like Panzer division and everything for the air support for a counterattack. That will come soon, right?
That's right. Yeah, a full Panzer division and a full, Luftwaffe support is coming, uh, because we've assigned them to you on paper. So I'm sure they're there.
I've also been promised naval support.
Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely. I think there's a destroyer in the Baltic. Um, yeah, I'm sure there's a battleship in the Baltic. It might be on the wrong side of the surface tension of the water, but I'm sure there's something there to yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, sure,
Yeah, okay.
absolutely.
Hey, I gotta go, man. I really gotta go. I'll talk to you later.
Hopefully, if I'm alive still.
Oh, yeah, no problem, man. Okay, yeah. Hey, I gotta run. Good luck, dog pilot. All right. Oh my gosh, I gotta get out of there because let's get serious again for a minute now. You can tell the subtle moral expectation of the two commanders. If you look at what Achilles is saying and how he presents, he is focused and serious on the plan. I can tell he's not 100% confident in the plan. And of course, whoever is, right? You know, an experienced commander is not going to be overly confident in their plan. Why? Because the enemy gets a say. And the more concrete and definite your plan is, the more likely it is to go awry, if you will. It's more likely it is to not work out the way you plan it. Because war is a dynamic thing. Battle is dynamic, and like I said, the enemy gets a say. And as soon as the enemy believes they have sussed out your Schwerpunkt, your axis of advance, whatever it is that you're doing or trying to do, they're going to react in a way to attempt to frustrate that plan. And, well, if you can't change the plan, if you can't respond to the enemy, then you're in trouble. Of course, if you're responding to the enemy, you're already in trouble because he's inside your decision calculus. He's in what we would call your OODA loop. On the other hand, a clever plan is one that misdirects the enemy so that he assumes that your Schwerpunkt is somewhere else, and he reacts to that, thus throwing his defenses off balance, and then your attack can come in and strike the killing blow against him when he's already off balance. Hello, Otto.
Hey, Marshall. I happen to have a more of a quiet moment now just before the start.
Wonderful. All right. We were talking about, I was talking about sort of the attitude of the Soviet side versus the German side. Now, Dogpilot is a very capable and experienced Kriegspieler. But Achilles and Lefondios are also pretty serious experts. And they have made some serious plans. How would you, as an umpire, compare the planning of the Soviets versus the planning of the German team?
All right, well, I'm gonna have to... Oh, sorry, I have a timer right now too. The planning phase is about to end. Well, first I need to acknowledge that in this scenario, both of the sides are very much at the... they are dependent on their superiors, which are their division commanders, or for the Soviets, their army commanders. So neither side has been dealt cards, and they're just going to have to play with them. So the Germans are in a quite difficult situation where they don't really have perhaps a dug-in defensive line as they would like to, as the Germans in 1944 historically in the situation, the defensive line at the Marienburg line was only 3 to 4 kilometers deep. And the Soviets, meanwhile, they have been given a lot of artillery, but they have been given only a very not wide sector, and they are basically they can't change any of the orders of their artillery during the game. But regarding the capabilities of the commanders we have here, Achilles and has his subordinate to I see Lafandios, who should be joining us soon, and they both Lafandios has quite a lot of experience from hosting World War II games himself, so maybe there's some experience that can carry over from that. He has made quite a few AARs about their games, or his games, for example, for the IKS channel, and Achilles himself has actually served as an officer in the U.S. Armed Forces, so there's definitely some experience that can carry over from that, as I've tried to make this system that we're using and this scenario as historical as possible. The thing is, though, that Achilles is not leading the US Army, he's leading something completely different, which is the Red Army in 1944. But he, I think, has adapted himself to their mindset quite well. He did have some trouble maybe at points during his planning, kind of getting himself into that mindset, but I think he is a formidable opponent. KB and Dogpilot have also tried to study very deeply the tactics of the German army of World War II, but I haven't actually seen them command a being given a mission like this before. So I think it could go either way. They are probably young commanders in this historical situation who have been drafted into the Luftwaffe Field Division to take command of a situation that is slowly falling apart. So it could really go either way. This could make or break their career.
All right, or their lives. So
yeah, that too, most likely.
So, all right. Well, that's a good synopsis or comparison, I should say, of the command staffs. I expect great things from the Soviets because of their long experience, but who knows? You know, the enemy gets to say luck is a factor, and we will see if the Germans have anticipated correctly what the Soviets are going to do. All right. Well, thank you, Otto.
True.
Thank you, Otto. Good luck to you. And again, continue to pop in when you have time.
Yep, thank you. I think we're just about to start the game. It's going to be 6 a.m. A quiet morning on the southeastern Estonia's front lines, but both sides clearly know what is going to happen soon, as the Germans have been facing some probing attacks in the last few days, and the Soviets are going to be in their attack positions. These first few turns certainly are going to be leaving quite a few German soldiers dead, because we are going to see the preliminary barrage of the Soviet army, which I think will be consisting of 18 artillery batteries. Meanwhile, the Germans only have their 3, which are armed with captured World War I model field guns. So this could really make or break the Soviet attack. In real life, the Soviets, it was all about their beginning bombardment. Either they are able to completely devastate and stun the German defenders and score a breakthrough, or they fail to do any kind of damage, and their infantry is slaughtered on the open fields next to the enemy barbed wire obstacles. So things could go either way already at this beginning part of the battle. So we'll see if it's going to be a game that lasts only 1 hour or a grueling 5-hour grind at least. I'm now going to go start the game.
All right, good luck. Thank you, Otto. Okay, I'm going to move up to my commentator booth, which I created for the purpose because we didn't have a commentator channel. Oh, there goes my dogs. Sorry about that. Let's see here. All right, and it looks like Red is still planning But the umpires are already moving pieces into position consistent with the orders of both teams. So the game has functionally started, even if the players aren't quite aware. But their first moves or deployments are being laid out. It looks like, yes, they're being moved into attack position. And the one thing that you can see right away is how the Soviets have a substantial force here prepared to go through the broken terrain, just as I've talked about, how that is where, if you're an attacker, you want to use that terrain. Now, we interviewed Dog Pilot, and he was thinking that the enemy is going to come out of the south. So his defenses, his attention is focused in that direction. Now, the artillery barrage may have some clues as to what the enemy plans to do for the Germans. So as they see these shells land, if they see that the shells land in a certain area on their defenses, they may say, well, we think the Soviets are going to attack here because this is where their artillery barrage is. However, artillery barrages can be used to misdirect. So we will see what happens. This first barrage actually, as Otto pointed out, consists of 18 batteries. So that is a heck of a lot of firepower. And what you would do typically, I would say just logically, is you drop these shells across the front. You obviously have the shells landing along your Schwerpunkt, right, to break up and disrupt and destroy the enemy along your main axis of advance. For me, that would be back here, or just to the east of Molinka, Molnica, right there, where they have those defenses set up. On the other hand, though, you have to drop shells here in the open ground, and that's because you want to misdirect the enemy. So we will see what is happening here if that barrage is going to land to the south and misdirect the enemy to the south, or if a barrage is going to happen here in the north on the opposite side of this broken terrain, and if that will clue in the German defenders that they need to reinforce that position as quickly as possible. So I think the German strategy is we're going to see where they're going to attack, and then we're going to throw in reinforcements and hope to hold them. But we'll see. I mean, because obviously, what else do you do in this position? All right. Let's pop down to Red 1 and just listen into their planning. These are the Soviets.
Comrades, let's win one for the Reds.
All right. Hurrah.
Hurrah!
Well, there was the inspiring pre-battle speech from Achilles. Comrades, let's win one for the Reds. I'm sure that's just absolutely rousing. The blood of my veins is certainly stirred after hearing that hoorah from one person. So we know who's going to Gulag now, and probably all of you.
The survivors.
The survivors, yeah. Those of you who die in battle, while you die in battle, those of you who survive will be shot for treason.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, unfortunately, there wasn't any real opportunity for role playing in the briefing today because, yeah, there just wasn't time for that. I had to make sure that everybody was on the same page. Very, very difficult to do. Okay, he did put it. Yes. Oh, perfect. Okay. I had written out a briefing for all of this, and of course it did not end up in the channel. All right. Did you have a question, sir?
No, I'm just kind of popping in. They are starting the Umpires. I've seen the first die rolls. Do you have the ability to escape to the west at all? Because, like I said, I saw the first die rolls.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just thinking, Yeah, now's a good time to make tracks, buddy.
My escape to the west is through the Germans.
There you go. Now that's the spirit.
Mm-hmm.
That's the spirit. Yeah, I'm looking
I'll
at.
get to see the west when I get to Berlin.
There you are. That's all the west you need to see, huh?
Mm-hmm.
There you are. Yeah, I'm taking a look at your units are deployed. Your artillery is coming in. They're going to start applying the effects of that from the 1 or 2 shells that actually hit something by accident. And we'll see here. I'm kidding with you. I don't know exactly because they have not drawn on the map where the shells are landing. They're just kind of rolling dice for those positions that appear to likely be effective, I think.
How do you spell the name of that town?
Which one?
What is it? Kuso?
Kuuse?
No, not Kus. No. This is one of the biggest problems. Is
It
knowing
starts
how
with
to-
a K. I see Kika, Kika.
It's I need to find the map.
Yeah, because I can't tell you if you don't know the name of it or you can't guide me.
Let's see. Where is he? There he is. Okay, show me the map.
Can't believe you don't have the map spread out on a table in your headquarters. Very disappointed.
Unfortunately, the map is in like
You're using the
different
map
places.
to you're using the map to bookmark inspirational quotes from Stalin, right? The book. Yeah.
That's what it is.
That's a good use of the map right there.
Oh, that map doesn't show it. Where is the other one? I don't know where the darn thing is. I don't know where the bigger map is.
Well, folks, there's the fog of war.
Yeah. This is the kind of stuff that drives me absolutely up the wall.
Well, the good news is it's a short drive.
They're just going to have to figure it out. Okay.
All right, let's check the YouTube here. There we go.
All right. So now I wait.
Yep. And yeah, I do want to just say if anyone is playing in the game, that's right, they cannot watch. We do have the live stream up, and you don't want to watch because, well, that's just going to spoil your fog of war and your whole experience. Plus, it's cheating, and if we catch you, well, it won't end well for you. But that being said, let's just see how this unfolds. We can now see where the shells have landed because now there are markers on the field, and I'm just going to turn my camera on so you can see me shake my head. That's what you do when you're a mechanic and someone brings their car into you, and you open the hood, you just do this. It doesn't matter. I mean, the engine could be in pristine condition. Just a pro tip, you just do this so that way they expect a bigger bill. All right. There you have it. All right, Mr. Achilles, good luck to you.
Thank you, sir.
You got it, man. All right, we're going to head up to our commentator booth. Here we are. It's just us now. It does look like the shells landed in the open area. And what is that? Well, that's misdirection, clearly, because if the Schwerpunkt is through the forest here, through the hilly broken terrain here. The shells landing here are clearly intended to misdirect enemy attention to the open ground. So now at this point, the German commander says, hey, look, they are shelling this open ground. This is where they're probably going to attack. So we need men online, focused, looking forward for that attack, because, you know, that's our job. We're here to stop them, right? And if their attention is, if they're looking this way, then they're not going to be looking this way when the Soviets come through. And just in general, looking at the deployments, it does look like the Soviets have chosen a very good, a very intelligent avenue of approach. Now, anybody who kind of knows this sort of stuff would be saying, you know what, I'm focused on those woods. I don't think the enemy's going to attack through the south here. In fact, if I were to do something, I would put troops into the woods, at least on a picket detail or something, so that we can detect their advance. Like, here's some open ground here. That's probably a pretty good spot to, you know, put some guys around here, some machine guns or something up here. So as they come through this open ground, we can fire on them. But also, you know, here's a little high ground right here. You could put something here. So this is absolutely defensible terrain. But if you're not looking that direction, if you don't expect the enemy to pass through here, and maybe they're not. You see here, you have some swampy land here, you know, and it is going to be tough for the Soviets, because ultimately they're going to have to go around through here, and they're going to run into that hill. So there's a hill here which blocks the Soviet advance. There's a minefield on top of that hill, which is going to help the Germans. There's marshy ground here, and if they come around here on the right, they're going to end up in some open ground. The problem for the Germans is I don't see any defenses up here in this little quarter. There's no defenses up here for them. They've got the edge of their line right here, and what is to the north of that? So if the the Soviet plan is to come through, let's see if I can draw on here. If the Soviet plan is like this, then, well, there's going to be a problem for there's going to be a problem for the Germans trying to erase my arrow, simply because I don't want to annoy or obscure anything from the umpires who are actually working. But I wanted to draw on there so that you could see what I'm talking about. All right, let's take a quick look here back at the YouTube, and we're gonna minimize OBS, and here's the YouTube, and we're gonna just put all the chat on there, and there we are, we're good. All right, I'm gonna close that out. I wish that pop-up would go away from YouTube telling me to guard my privacy and abide by community guidelines. Whatever. All right. Okay, I want to say hello to everybody who's here. Peter Fryer is here. Mamma Mia Hilitos, cool. Medi's here. Emmanuel Davale is here. So it's good to see you guys tuned into the YouTube. And let's see what we've got going on. Okay, I want to talk to the Germans and to see what their impression is of this shelling, although I don't know if they've had their first report yet. So let's just pop down and see if they've got their first report.
Of course, they listen to this.
Marshall joined. He's probably...
Yeah, have you
He's coming to it.
have you got your first report yet, or are they still processing the turn?
We have got our first report, yeah.
Okay, and what have you heard from the first report?
Well, we haven't gotten the Umpire report. We only got the picture.
I thought you said you had. Okay, so you got a picture. Let's see that picture. That would be in blue.
So we can
one.
see that something's caught on fire
Oh well, okay.
in the Gorodats. I think it's valley.
All right, I'm gonna put your screenshot up here so that people can see it.
I think it's the house over there on fire.
Yeah.
Do you think that's significant? What caused the fire? Was that artillery? Was it an accident, or what's going on? Why is there fire?
It must have been some kind of cooking accident, because I don't know about my honorable Sir Major Arthur Schaden. I know for a fact that the Soviets wouldn't dare attack.
Yeah, right.
I don't think they're coming up here today. They haven't come up, and they're not coming here today.
I've actually changed my opinion. Like, I thought we were gonna be attacked, but like it's a really bad day to attack today.
Right.
It's like, yeah, the day is way too beautiful to attack today.
Yeah, they should.
They're gonna let me. They're gonna let me dig more trenches, right?
Right. They should spend the day. Okay, here is
the game has started, and here's the first update. All right, it is 0600. The commanders of the commander-in-chief, the Regimentsführer, and the 2IC, his respected one of the most senior company commanders, are currently in Malinovsky. You are near some of your ad hoc bunkers that you have built near your field telephone post. They are kind of dugouts consisting of logs, and you're with your staff there with your logistics troop and signal troops working their rear echelon tasks. Then suddenly you begin hearing to the southeast large amounts of artillery. It seems like this morning there's something more than a pure probe coming, and currently the Red God of War is smashing your trench lines to the southeast. In the direction of the Mitkovica, you can see the trench line and barbed wire obstacles on the outskirts of the village to the southwest and east of it being hammered by Soviet artillery. And in the direction of Megste, east of the Mitkovici Saurie area, you can also hear the positions of 3rd Jäger Company being smashed by artillery. You haven't received any reports from your subordinates yet, but you have heard from your field telephone connections from 12th Luftwaffe Field Division Command that large enemy bombardments are currently undergoing since 6 a.m. All on the width of the Army Corps you are part of. I will come back soon for your orders.
All right. Dog Pilot, what's your assessment here? What do you think?
I think it's just another day where the Soviets aren't gonna attack.
Because they're
if they would be foolish to attack.
Yeah.
They would be foolish.
All right. Well, I'm going to let you guys get to work. We'll see what happens, because if they're not going to attack today, this is a heck of a lot of artillery practice. So good luck, gentlemen. All right. That is the German perspective. Let's see. Let's go down here.
Oh yeah, that's fine. You can just hang out, or you can watch any of the streams. It looks like one of our guys is streaming live, and also Marshall's doing it on YouTube. So
okay, I'll just meet up. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're probably going to watch that one on YouTube because Marshall's showing everything. You'll be able to see both sides plus the umpire table.
And that's right. And I happen to be here. So, yeah, I would say if you are looking to spectate, hop on over to the International Kriegsspiel Society YouTube channel and tune in, and you can participate in the chat there and ask questions and more. So,
All right. Yeah, sure. I'll do that.
fantastic. All right, Colonel Nevsky, also known as Achilles, have you received your first report yet?
Yes, 0600.
Okay, so you know that all of your shells missed everything, and that the Germans just turned sideways, and the shells just went right between them.
Went right past him.
Right past them. What does the report tell you?
It just told me that I could hear the sound of booms out in the distance. That was it.
Okay.
Which tells me that the initial barrage has begun, which I expected. So
yeah. Okay. You know, it sounds like you don't have a whole lot to do today. Like, ultimately, you're just going to be hanging out. You know, because you had to make a plan.
I don't have anything on that I am doing until 0645. Then at 0645, the battalion that I'm with will begin to move. So until that point, we're just sitting here securing the left. So.
Yeah, I'm looking at the Umpire table. They're drawing out your plans, and I want to talk to you about your axis of advance. Why did you choose to attack through this messed up terrain?
It is the best covered approach for our assault formations. Was going through that wooded, hilly region there. And if you look at the edge of it, the edge of that wooded, hilly region that we're passing through, it ends, that tree line basically overlooks their trench line. So their trench line is actually down in a slight depression down there. And so we'll have a small height advantage, plus we'll have the cover of the trees. So our formations can move without being seen, which we wouldn't be able to do if we tried to do this on the left or west part of the map.
Right.
And then our jump off point is clearly defined because it's the tree line. So when that battalion arrives, it will know that it's in the right location, because if you step out of the tree line, you're not in the tree line anymore, right?
Right.
So you stay in the tree line, and you'll be overlooking the trenches, and then they'll be able to assault from there. So it made the most sense. Plus, it puts me closest to where I think the defensive center of gravity is.
Well, there's always going to be that one guy that steps out anyway, you know, because that one guy does exist.
Well, if he steps out too early, he will not last very long.
Yeah, that's true. Okay.
Colonel Nevsky, do you have any orders?
Negative. As I said, we're not moving until 0645. So
I will give
Thank you.
8th Battalion. I will give an inspirational speech to my men.
All right.
What were you saying, Marshall?
I noticed that your barrage landed in the open ground around Mitkovitsky Sigori. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, but it landed in the open ground to the west of your axis of advance.
Yes.
Why did you... Go ahead. Why did you drop there?
Okay. That first barrage, the 0600 barrage, wasn't just there. In fact, half of our batteries were timed to fire at 0600, and there are multiple locations all along the line. So part of it hit that area, part of it hit further to the west, to what would be our right. Yeah, exactly. East, west, and then all across the line for our frontage. So that was a quick suppression fire, and it spread out because that doesn't clue the enemy as to where we're going. He can't guess from that because we hit all along the line. At the same time, it also suppresses those any frontline units that happen to be in that area. They get that first 15-minute fire, and then now they have to, then it stops, but now they have to worry about, okay, when's the next fire coming down, and are we the ones that are going to be assaulted? So they're essentially stuck to their defensive position.
Mm-hmm.
So that keeps those frontline units from moving around while we move into position for the assault.
Perfect. So some of this is misdirection then.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yep. Fantastic.
Yeah, it serves two purposes by doing it that way. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it pins them down and it misdirects.
Yes.
And all fires were aimed at reconnaissance trenches that were reconned, basically. So the intent was to hit their trench line that was in the open.
Yeah, you do in fact want to kill and disrupt.
I've just arrived.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Excellent.
So it was the intent was to obscure all across the line, but also they have trench lines in those open areas. So.
Yeah, you do want to kill if you can. It is a war.
Yeah. Indeed.
Okay. Hey, Paul, you're with.
Yeah.
You'll be with 2nd Battalion.
Red 2, got it. Okay.
Yeah, that's your thing. And what you have is, okay, I had to divide it up this way because he didn't divide them up by battalions. So 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Company is 1st Battalion.
All right.
Comrade Commissar.
Hello, comrade.
Greetings, comrade. What is your purpose today?
My purpose is to destroy the line held by foolish fascist pigs.
Fantastic.
And I intend to fulfill that goal completely.
Well, wonderful. I think you will please your mother, who is the Soviet Union today. And you
my
will
father is Joseph Stalin.
Yeah, or the Communist Party, but same thing, right?
Yes, of course, it's the same thing.
Where are you positioned today?
I am positioned to southeastern position of fascist pigs. I am like a knife driving into their backs.
Oh, fantastic. And what is your plan of battle for today, besides just destroying the enemy? Specifically, what are you tasked with doing?
We are to wait until the insidious fascists are hit with great barrage from the air, and then we will go in and mop up all left resistance and secure position for our comrades to push through and destroy even more fascists.
Good. What is your axis of advance?
We are to advance from near Letteru over here over to hill 129.2. That is my company's axis of advance. I've also been named most gloriously by a comrade commander of whole operation to be battalion commander for 1st Battalion. So I will be supervising their movements as well.
Excellent. Well, I'm certain they have chose the correct person for the job, and you will perform gloriously. So best of luck to you, comrade.
Thank you, comrade. Long live the Soviet Union.
Long live the Soviet Union.
6:45, so yeah, we have some time.
Greetings, comrades.
Greetings.
What is your position on the map today?
We are the spearhead. We are the 1st Battalion. And the 1st Battalion, being the 1st Battalion, we will be the first one in, first one to fight, and first one to win.
Yeah, as the 1st company of the 1st Battalion, I'm gladly lead the 1st Battalion.
All right.
Into the fray.
And I see your position here, and it looks like you're moving across some pretty rough terrain. Are you going to be able to get through there?
Well, it's the terrain's rough, but that means the enemy can't see us until it's too late. And if you look at my name, it's nothing compared to the mountains of Dagestan. So, it feels like home.
Outstanding, outstanding. All right. Well, I hope the men can keep up with you, right? You're not telling them to go, you're asking them to follow. That is brilliant, brilliant. All right, well, good luck, comrades. Okay, let's see here. I'm going to move here. There we are. All right, so the Soviets are pretty confident of their plan, and I would say that's
Hey, by the way,
Go ahead.
Sorry, Marshall, just to chop in. You might be wondering what all this dice is.
Yes.
In this one location.
I
the
see 'em.
Soviets have decided to, in their plan, they're going to concentrate the attack here. And what they are doing is they are firing on that one position with an entire artillery regiment. So, and there is the unfortunate commander of the 3rd Jaeger Company there with his two platoons. So we'll see if anyone survives.
All right, and who commands that? I want to go pop in when he gets his report. What player is that? Okay, and Otto had to pop out already. He does that. He's pretty quick to come and go. But let's see here. Let's see. 3rd Jaeger Company Fuhrer. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, I think it's this fellow right here. Hello, Commander.
Hello.
What unit are you commanding?
3rd Company Jaeger.
3rd Company Jaeger. All right, you're a little quiet on the mic there.
Is that any better?
Nope, not any better.
I've got to... How about now?
No, still not. Unfortunately.
What if I just talk louder? Is that making a difference?
Yeah, it does. Let me see if I can increase the gain for you on my OBS. Maybe that will help.
Okay, so.
Okay, well, go ahead.
Is that any better?
No, it is what it is, but that's okay. It may be coming across better on the YouTube. In my audio, I'm not hearing too well, but that's just me. Don't worry about it. What's the plan for today?
Just hold positions as long as practicable, slow the enemy down, and then, when necessary, retreat towards 1st Company's position.
Okay. So you already have fallback orders. You're going to retreat, not counterattack, not hold?
Hold as long as possible, and slow the enemy down. But expected that may need to fall back, and there are reinforcements behind. And the prerogative is to use the existing defences to attrition the forces and slow them down, rather than hold out unnecessarily to the last man or anything.
Right. Okay. Well, that sounds sensible. What can you tell me about your unit? Do you have any integrated artillery? Do you have any machine gun companies? What do you got?
A single machine gun group and a single mortar group.
Okay. Okay. All right. Is this your first Kriegsspiel, or have you played several times before?
Oh, no, this is my first time.
Oh, your first time. All right. All right. Well, good luck is all I can say.
All right. Thank you.
Absolutely. I'm going to hang out here for a minute. You should be getting a report directly, and we're going to see. How did you hear about the IKS?
I was reading. I got a book for Christmas called Wargaming Campaigns, because I was planning to run one with some friends, and within the first chapter it mentioned Kriegsspiel and what it was, and then I googled it and discovered the IKS, and saw how easy it was to sign up and get playing, so I did.
Fantastic. Yes. Well, we're happy to have you here.
Thank you.
I hope you have a fun experience today, although we will see. The Soviets do not want you to have any fun today, and they are going to try to arrange for you to have a very bad, poor experience in your first Kriegsspiel. It's always a mixed bag.
Good to know.
You know, how have you found the experience so far? Did you participate much in any planning, or did you just kind of show up and now you're sitting in a foxhole somewhere?
More of the latter, really, which I'm glad for, being the first time. Wouldn't have any knowledge or prior experience to be able to contribute to planning.
Yeah.
So, just happy to have a clear idea of what's going on, really.
Yeah. Have you received any reports yet?
Nothing from the umpires. Yeah.
Yes.
Just about 10-minute artillery fire, but then nothing else afterwards.
Where's the artillery fire landing?
Just outside my trench.
Oh boy. All right, so you've got your head down then, I imagine.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm going to hang out here quietly until you get your report, and then we'll listen in and see what happens next.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so from my God's eye view, I see obviously that every darn battery in the Soviet arsenal has dropped on this poor fellow's position. And I feel really horrible because, here he is, his first Kriegsspiel, and he's probably going to be combat ineffective without having given any orders or done anything. And what's going to be interesting now is, does this brand new Kriegsspiel player, who is immediately going to be handed a very rough report, meaning a bad report, how's he going to respond? Does he respond with fight or flight? Does he, say, all right, we're out of here, we're going to immediately retreat? Does he say we're going to hold here and call for reinforcements? How does he respond? So this is why I like Kriegsspiel, because it's also a test of your character, and you can learn something about a person's character by how they respond to things that can sometimes be shocking. Okay, here's the report.
Your bad day got worse.
Okay.
As you sit in your trench, waiting for what almost seems like an inevitable Soviet attack, you hear kind of a distant shriek, and all of a sudden the entire earth around you explodes, and your vision is filled with fire. You feel a sting in your leg. It appears that a piece of shrapnel is really lodged into your femur.
Shit.
As you look around, your entire command has been decimated by the incoming volley, and you're almost a lone survivor, in a way.
How bad is the shrapnel? Is it
Distant
bleeding out?
of your command that's still in place, looking around, desperately trying to get a head count. It seems that two of your teams have taken heavy casualties, and your MG team is nowhere to be found.
Wow. Okay. Immediately, using whatever I have remaining, call for the extreme furthest rifle companies. Send any runners that I have remaining to see if I can make contact with them. And if I do find them, call for them to fall back to the end of the communication trench, beyond the MG position.
Understood.
To form a stronger group.
Okay, so your men are basically pulling back.
So that, if I understand correctly, there's two at the end, just below my position is the MG position. Below that is two rifle companies, and then slightly off, further on, is another rifle company. So I'm asking for that furthest rifle company to move back towards the other three.
Understood.
Yeah, towards the other two. Sorry.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And as you kind of look around, you see that your radios have been completely smashed, and so you don't have a radio for this turn.
Okay, then I will send a runner up towards first company position to inform them that my command has been devastated, and I have not heard from my machine gun company since the fire.
So type that into your chat, and I will send it up to him. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Well, it sounds like the umpire forgot a couple critical elements in your report. I want to also report that your mailman has been shot and your goldfish bowl smashed.
You can't tell him that. I was saving the worst. I was saving him from the worst.
My goodness. All right. Well, there you go. Welcome to the IKS.
Yes, thank you. That's definitely a baptism by fire.
Absolutely, absolutely. And so what I was interested in, because I knew this was coming, because I'm obviously the announcer and I have sort of the God's eye view. And so I'm watching on the umpire table as an incredible amount of artillery is focused in your position. And it is to my tragic dismay that here's your first experience, and your first experience is, hey, you've been clobbered, and what do you want to do with, this, you're bleeding.
Yes.
What do you want to do for your first turn? But that is the cool thing about Kriegsspiel, because it simulates reality, and it's not fair, it's not balanced. Sometimes you're dealt a very difficult hand of cards, and the test is, what do you do when you're dealt, a very poor hand of cards? How do you play that? Because you got to make a decision.
Yes.
And it sounds like you're pulling back. Are you just pulling back your rifle companies that are, or who's pulling back? Let me.
I hopefully made it clear to the Empire, but I'm assuming if the fire was so heavy on my mortar company position and the machine gun company has not been heard from, that the rifle company has also suffered fire and may be not at full fighting strength. So I just wanted the furthest, most extreme rifle company to pull back towards the other two to coalesce into a stronger group.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Well, I think that's a reasonable decision that you've made. I can't say if it's the right decision or the wrong decision. All we can do is see how it turns out. As I like to point out, the enemy always gets a say. And I hope you still have a good time today, and
fun, yeah.
Find it compelling. It is pretty rough, to play any game and you open up with, oh, by the way, you're almost dead. But I mean, what do you want to do now? Die? I don't know. Cry? But yeah, it will be interesting to see how this unfolds for you. And thank you for allowing me to interview you, and I want to wish you good luck and many more happy battles in the IKS.
Thank you. Nice to meet you.
All right. Okay, so there you go. So his, I was kind of bummed that his immediate reaction is fall back. But at the same time, it seems like he's saying, let's consolidate and resist. So it doesn't look like he's going to just give up the position entirely, which would be very disappointing to me, because he still has men. They still have ammo in their weapons. They have their trenches. Yes, they've suffered probably substantial casualties. The commander himself is wounded, but that doesn't mean they don't have the means to resist. And if they give up their position, which is here in the center, they create a gap that the Soviets could simply walk into. And they create a separation between their reinforcements and their main force, I think, which is kind of in the north, and those units which are hanging out in the south and southwest. So what's going to be interesting now is to see how does the German commander, who is in his headquarters here in the west, react when he hears that, look, the Soviets are appearing here. They are plowing through here. What are we going to do? Hello, Rob.
Hi. I was going to help Umpire, but they've got enough people, so I'm just sort of hanging out here for a bit.
Oh, okay, good. I was like, oh my gosh, I hope this isn't a player and I'm giving away too much of the game.
Well, maybe I am, and I'm just very devious about tricking you. But...
There you go. There you go. Well, yeah, I just popped into the nearest available empty channel so I could commentate on what's just happened. Have you been following the battle very closely yet?
Not really. I just joined.
Okay.
Looks like the Soviets are attacking on the right, a sort of echelon almost.
Yeah,
right, then
and
center left. Almost.
it looks like the Soviet plan is unfolding more or less as expected, which would immediately alarm me because, you know, anytime anything goes the way it's planned, something's got to be fundamentally, tragically wrong. But it looks to me like the plan is working as expected. And the Soviets are making excellent progress. They are attacking through this broken terrain, which is what you should use to attack. And so far, I don't even know if they've suffered hardly any casualties. So their artillery fire appears to have been reasonably effective. And again, it's coming along swimmingly. If anything, they've got commands down here in the south that have not yet moved. And so we probably need to pop into Achilles' channel and see why his men are not moving in the south. So I think.
I think the main problem with their tactics here is they've got like this whole battalion or so just sitting here doing nothing in reserve. I mean, you should really extend their line because, as you know, the longest line always wins. So I mean, what are these guys doing? They're just like sitting around, you know.
Yeah, they are. They're just kind of hanging out there. Obviously, I think they're the second fist and the 1-2 punch, which is why they're in reserve. But then you look further south, and they've got all kinds of stuff down here. Now, this is their artillery park, and it looks like they got some communications, and you know these are supporting elements. But they do have some. They have a couple rifle companies down here. Near their commander-in-chief, and I don't know if they're just providing security detail or if they are commanded by actual players and have a job. So I'm going to pop down. I'm just curious about this. There's a lot of red blocks here in the south that are just sitting there, and I just want to find out what's going on. And Otto Vosky is here. Hello, Otto.
Hey, so this turn at 06:45, the two Soviet artillery regiments worth of smoke shells were fired on the German positions in the east, and the Soviet attack should be soon just about to reach the German trenches there, some of which are currently filled with just dead or completely shell-shocked or deaf German soldiers.
Now that's just cruel. First, he drops 18 batteries of high explosive on the German position, and then he drops smoke on the position so that there's even more confusion, and they're going to have a heck of a time sorting themselves out. I can only imagine what the impact on the morale of those troops is going to be.
Yes, anyone who wasn't killed in the barrage by high explosive is likely. I think at this point you would get so many concussions that I think some of these soldiers might have serious brain damage in that area.
Yeah. You know, a little bit of gaming here is the player who just got hammered. This is his first game.
Yeah.
Welcome to the IKS.
Yeah, I guess it's better than having marching simulator. He's right in the middle of action. We'll see what happens.
Is. Well,
yeah,
you know,
we'll see what happens to him.
Indeed, in any game, you usually get to only make one or two critical decisions, and even though he's hit, he's still alive, and he does get to make a couple of decisions here. Do you hold out? Do you retreat? You know, what do you do? So it should be a compelling experience for him, even though it's a tough one. And, well, I just hope he keeps coming back to play, coming back for more.
Yep. I shall now go resolve the combat he will be involved in.
Thank you, Otovsky. All right. I need to pronounce Otto's name correctly. I keep calling him Ottovsky, and it's not. It's Otovsky, and that's a big deal. I need to pay more attention to that. But for the record, Otovsky, I believe, and if I'm wrong, I want to be corrected.
I was about to correct you on that, but you seem to have corrected yourself. So.
Yeah, because I caught that. I'm like, wait a minute. Well, it's disrespectful to get a name wrong. Even if it's hard to pronounce, you want to at least make a good try. And in my brain, for some reason, it just runs everything together. But, you know, just like your name is Robe, you know, Blazertrol, you know, I need to pronounce it correctly, Robe, right?
Yeah, Marshall.
There you go.
Marshall. No. How do you pronounce that? Mari Chow?
Yeah.
Is that it? Yeah, Mari Chow. Yeah.
Just Marsha.
Okay.
Just Marsha. Oh my goodness. Anyway. All right, let's take a look here and look at the Soviets are pouring into that position. They are overrunning that position as we speak. Holy cow. Oh, man. Let's hop back up here and see if there's a report.
Not really.
Then I will tell the remainder to... And have I not heard back from the MG group at all?
You're able to find some trace survivors. But that's about it.
Not fighting. Okay. I'll have the FG group. Oh no, in that case, sorry. I'll have one rifle company stay where it is. One rifle company man the communication trench. One rifle company move back to man the MG group position, and the MG group come back to my position and form up with what remains of the mortar group.
Understood. And then you're staying here then. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. What was your report? What's going on?
The report was that my mortar company is basically destroyed, no longer active. Same with the machine gun company. The rifle companies, I've not heard, the reports didn't mention any great damage to them, so I'm assuming they're still effective, at least. So I've requested basically one rifle company to remain where it is, one to man the communication trench in between, and then one to pull back to man what was the MG group's position, and then the survivors of the MG group to pull back to my position here and form up with me.
All right. Wow. It's a tough experience here. You're choosing to basically hold this position rather than to fall back. Are you expecting an attack here?
I've got reports that there is troops crossing the river to the east.
Okay, so you think, yeah, there is going to be an attack here. And do you think your guys can hold out? Why are you holding rather than falling back?
Because as I believe the rifle companies are still effective, and we have the communication trenches in the fallback position to first company, so I'm anticipating that we will be able to at least test the enemy before we need to fall back, and have some more information before we fall back as well. If I fall back now, I just fall back without any knowledge about what's actually even coming.
Well, I will say this, in my opinion, I think that's the right decision. That's just my opinion.
Okay.
But I think you've made a very good decision. And the way Kriegsspiel works is you're not necessarily responsible for everything that happens. You're responsible for how you react to it happens. And I feel that, generally you win, if you will, not by smashing the enemy, but by giving what should be the correct order or making the correct response to a situation. And the situation could be a no-win situation. It could be a horrible situation. And if you give the correct order in response to that, then, you know, the optimum response, then you're the winner. And I want to say I am encouraged by your response. Now, I can't tell you if it is optimal, if it's right or wrong or anything, because I can't give away what's happening on the map. But I am proud of your decision, personally. I think it's a good decision. You know, in my book, if I were scoring this Kriegsspiel, you'd be getting a point from me.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, absolutely. So I do want you to feel encouraged and to hang in there and stick around and understand that not every game do you get this much action on, you know, turn 2. But
yes.
You know,
I did see in the radio before it was destroyed. The other companies kept saying nothing to report. So I was like, oh, okay, so it is just me then.
Yeah, yeah. So
all quiet on the Eastern Front.
All quiet, huh? Yep. So there you go. Just don't pop up to draw any pictures of birds, huh? Don't pop your head up over the trench. Well, all right. Let's just see how this plays out. Okay.
Well, thank you.
All right. Let's go back up to the umpire booth. I am still waiting, or the commentator booth. I am still waiting for Dave Pumphouse to show up. He has a prior Kriegsspiel event that he is involved in, and that event started a couple hours previous. It might be the Armchair Generals Convention where we're running an event for that. Jan Heinemann, who is basically our resident Kriegsspiel expert, is giving a talk and running that event. And now I don't believe you can view that live anywhere right now, but there will be content released at a subsequent date for that, so you'll be able to catch that soon or later. All right, in the meantime, we still haven't found out what the Soviets are doing with all of this stuff. But it does look like they've pushed their rifle companies forward. And take a look at this. Everything is moving through that Schwerpunkt. They don't have anything out here moving in the open. So that makes me wonder what this German commander is thinking. I can't believe just how destroyed and devastated the Germans clearly are. Like, the Soviets have punched a massive hole through here, and that means they're going to achieve this position. I wonder, though, if they're going to be able to take that bridge too far, which is, you know, they don't have a geographical objective like, you know, you got to get to, say, Melina. They're just here to punch a hole. But what constitutes a hole? How wide a gap do they need to make, and how deep does that gap need to be so that the reinforcements coming behind can pass through and exploit it? And that's a good question. I don't know if he can answer that or not, but I think that's a reasonable question to ask. So we're going to pop back down to Achilles here in a minute and ask him. Rob, what do you think, man?
What is it you're discussing? Sorry, I've just joined. Are you just discussing? I mean, the Soviets seem to have basically broken the German center, although like they do have a second line. I mean, this scenario is sort of a. I mean, the Germans can't really win this scenario. It's more about how much damage they inflict before they lose. You know.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they've got a good defensive position, sure, but they're just so outnumbered by the Soviets here.
Yeah, it's a little Kobayashi Maru for the Germans, of course.
Yeah.
You know, and you know the I don't know if the Soviets have. Oh look, I don't know if those guys are actually moving. Someone picked up the pieces. I don't know if the Soviets have. You know, what does success look like to them? I want to ask, because they don't have a geographic location. It's not like advance to this phase line or secure this crossing or take this town. Their orders are to just make a hole in the enemy lines, so that theoretically reinforcements can come through and then exploit the breakthrough. And how do they know when they've made that hole? You know, and there are these rear elements, and I wouldn't expect these rear elements to hold anything. They're just artillery forces. Let's see what they have here. Yeah, they're just artillery batteries.
They're actually, I think Otto said that they're captured World War I era French artillery batteries. So
yeah,
I mean yeah.
So these guys are not particularly. I mean, they're not anything. They might as well hardly even be there.
I mean, they do still have a sort of second line.
They do in this rough terrain here. Yeah, and
and a little bit here as well. But
yeah, but
there is a bit of a gap here that sort of. I mean, I suppose there's these guys, but like I'm just noticing sort of down this river. There's not really. I mean, obviously the Soviets can't just ignore the two sort of strong points on the sides.
Yeah.
But...
Well, I think though. Yeah, I mean they should have enough force to come through here. And if they do so, that's their victory. So they probably at least have to get across this river. If I'm, planning on this map, that's what I would probably say is how I would define success, is getting through to this river and securing a crossing, after which it's kind of wide open. Yes, they have their artillery park there. And yeah, World War guns are just as deadly as anything. Just because they might not be as accurate or they can't fire as rapidly doesn't mean they won't kill you. They can absolutely kill you. But I think that once he gets here, he's going to be in really good shape. They do have some forces protecting the guns. I'm seeing some trenches here, and it looks like these are just artillery units. So, yeah, they're not going to hold against. Here's the artillery.
Yeah.
Command. All right. Well, let's get down and talk to the Soviets and see, how far they want to go today, and what they think so far. I'm starting to feel like this is going to be a short game, but who knows? We'll see.
I mean, I think this is more or less the same scenario that you were commander-in-chief of, and I think I was on under you as well. So that's sort of an interesting comparison, I suppose, if you remember.
Yeah, and we won that, and I think the genius of the plan was that I was able to control when my fire missions landed, not necessarily where, because I had pre-planned the where, but I basically had code words where if I issued a code word, and I think I used names of trees like birch and alder and whatever, but if I issued that code word, then the artillery knew in 15 minutes to execute their fire mission. And that worked pretty well, because my concern, anytime you have a plan, what happens if you run into something unexpected and the plan is thrown off schedule? What if, who wants to, you don't want to drop your artillery prematurely before your men get there. You want to drop it at a certain time, so that your attacking forces can take advantage of the disruption and death and chaos caused by the
Speaking of
shelling.
artillery,
Go ahead,
may I interrupt real quick from
always.
news on the front? So last turn, not sure if you saw the plumes of smoke near Beresnuki in the northwest near German artillery, and in Mitkovica, but the Soviets last turn, or maybe the turn since it's still ongoing, ordered an artillery barrage on Mitkovica and also near VNK Beresnuki. And VK Beresnuki is this little small village 2 kilometers behind the German front lines, and the thing is that the headquarters of the German regimental artillery battalion is located in that village, and now the German CIC has received a report that the lines to the artillery headquarters have been cut. So this is
Wow.
interesting because the Soviets did not actually, in their intel report, didn't get any information about German artillery positions there, but they have just, I guess they thought from the perspective of the German commanders where the Germans could have reserves or artillery, and they were right on the money. So it is interesting to see how the Germans are now going to come out of this. Meanwhile, in Mitkovitzy, Zagorje, there's still intense trench fighting, but looks like the commander of the 3rd Jaeger Company is about to be captured or killed in combat. I'll now need to go back to the Umpire channel, unless you have any questions.
Do you think,
Are you sorry, go ahead, Marshall.
Do you think the commander of the 3rd Company made the right decision to hold that position and not fall back?
I think it is I think it's the matter of he didn't have any choice. The Soviets had planned their artillery, the attack in such a way that it came quite suddenly. He did relocate some of his troops in his trenches to face the incoming Soviet attack coming from the east. So he did react. Of course, this could have maybe this did kind of destabilize his position slightly, since the troops had to be moved around at the last minute. But I think it seemed like the correct decision.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
Rob,
he's really fighting.
Want to ask Rob?
Are you planning on what are you planning on doing with the player once they're captured or killed? Are you gonna give them another command or just kick them out?
I think they might be becoming a prisoner of war, and maybe they'll be sent to the colonel of the Soviet forces, which could be quite interesting for them. I don't think this is quite brutal warfare, so I think they don't have much. I don't think they're going to be able to make it out currently as they're in the middle of combat. So it will at least be a memorable first game for them.
Yeah, Otto is a stickler for realism. He's very big on it. So there's actually a team of guys in a van parked outside of this player's house, and well, when he's captured, I mean that's it. You know, we play for real stakes here in the IKS.
Yeah, that too. I'll now need to go resolve.
There is that. Did you see that in the French Revolution game where the French generals can like loot art from Italian cities, and they set up a mechanic where whichever general loots the most art and valuables gets, I think, 20 euros.
Oh,
yeah,
you're right. That's
real
what that
money.
was about.
Yeah,
I had heard something about that, and I was like, I don't know what's going on here, but all right. I'm not even in the server, but I had heard that there is some silliness going on, and that explains it. All right. Okay.
I think it was actually Otto who provided the money for it. So
yeah. I don't think Dave Pumphouse is coming in. He's saying he thought they were commenting on the game tomorrow. I don't know if he's going to make it in or not, but we'll see. Guess he got the date crossed, and that's why he's doing another event as well.
maybe he thought you meant the podcast or something.
Yeah, maybe, yeah, because the podcast is every Sunday at 9 a.m. Pacific time. Let's pop down to the Soviets and see what they have going on in Red 1.
Also, since you're the lead company, in that instance, in that case, you will need to immediately dispatch to 7th Company Commander and tell him whether to go left or right.
Yep.
Okay? Because you're going to see the situation better than he does. So you tell him flank right or flank left. That's all you need to tell him. And then he should move his company in that direction. Okay?
All right. Yep. Clear. Thank you.
Sure. Marshall?
Got it. Thanks.
I see that you dropped some artillery. And
Dropped a lot of artillery.
you dropped some. It looks like on a location to the rear.
Yes.
All right, bro. I got a problem with that. You hit my shed, and that's where I keep all my stuff.
Well, if you write out a form in triplicate, send it into the commissariat for lost property, I'm sure they will find some kind of replacement for you.
Oh, man. Those are valuables. I don't think any of that non-working broken junk can be replaced. They're family heirlooms and antiques.
I want you to know Soviet factories can make tons of non-working broken junk.
Oh, well, in that case.
It's what we specialize in.
For that comment, your political commissar might have a word with you.
Yeah. Oh, man. You can't get to Gulag fast enough, buddy. Just check yourself in. We have self-check-in for the Gulag. All right. So how do you think it's going so far?
I really honestly don't know anything about what's happening up at the point of contact.
Mhm.
However, as far as I can tell, at least from our battalion's movement, we are on time, at least back here. I just don't know what's going on at the point of contact. So,
were they supposed to send you? Are they not sending you reports, or is it like, look, they're so busy they don't have time to write Moby Dick and send it back to you?
I have one dispatch from 1st Battalion, and from that dispatch, it would have him on time and on target.
Mm-hmm.
But that was from 0630 to 0645. So I don't know how successful the breach assault has been, but they were at least in position to perform it when they were supposed to be. So that part's good. At least the train is moving on time. Now, whether or not it actually gets to the station is another question.
Always. Why did you drop artillery 2 kilometers behind the German line?
In our planning session, we were looking for a location where if the Germans were to establish a mobile force to be used as a counterattacking force, where would they be? And looking at the map, that location had the best, was the most centered location where you had roads and trails going out in several directions from. It's a kind of crossroads area. So it would be a logical place to put such a counterattacking force. It'd be far enough back from the line that they wouldn't anticipate it getting hit by the initial barrages, and it would have access to road and trail networks, so it could move to whichever part of the line was threatened. So if you were going to put a force to perform that task, that was a logical place to do it. So we're dropping, we put a fire mission on that location with the timing to be, this should be the time when they're getting ready to move, as they're trying to identify where the axis of advance is. So hopefully, I mean, there's a lot of total guesswork there. There's no way to know. We could be dropping rounds on a completely empty crossroads.
Yeah.
But it was a logical probability. So,
what this tells me is that you've played too many games with Jim Alzakowski and not enough games with IKS players.
Yeah, that could be. I mean, Paul LaFondios kept telling me, okay, well, this is what we would do, but these are IKS guys, so chances are they did this, and I'm like, yeah, I know, but you're supposed to do it like you're supposed to do it,
Mm-hmm.
So we did it like you're supposed to do it. So if they didn't cooperate by acting like they're supposed to, well, I can't do anything about that.
What is the next part of your plan? Like, what does victory look like for you? What does success look like? How far are you planning to go? How big a hole are you supposed to make?
Okay.
Can you expect reinforcements to follow you through this broken terrain? Like, are tanks going to come through there or what?
Well, none of that was in the brief.
Mhm.
So, as part of this operation, we expect that there will be larger Soviet forces behind us that would be coming through to exploit the breach.
Mhm.
There was no geographic location given or anything like that. But for me, Molnica, I feel like that's the key. That's the gravitational center.
Mhm.
So if we are able, that's stage 2. We have 3 stages. If we're able to take Molnica and secure it, then I would consider this a success. Any forces behind us will be able to exploit it. The third stage is nice to have, but not essential, and that will be if 3rd Battalion is able to move towards Sabalina.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And you think that's satisfactory to please Comrade Stalin?
Given the resources he gave me and the mission he gave me, yes.
Boy, I hope you're right, buddy. I hope you're right.
If he expected me to go to Berlin with a single regiment, then I think he might have been smoking something in his pipe.
Oh, wow.
Oi.
Wow.
Be careful, NKVD might be listening to this.
Yeah, wow. All right. Okay. All right. So that's kind of a good understanding of what victory looks like to you. We'll see if Sabalina is a bridge too far or if it's far enough, I will add this. Why stop at Sabalina? Why not?
Oh, we wouldn't. If we get there and we haven't been stopped, we'll keep going. But that was as far as the planning was concerned. If we were able to achieve that, then I feel like we've already won. Anything else we do after that is shaking the rubble. But yeah, we'll go as far as they'll let us.
Fantastic. All right. Okay. Well, good luck to you. It was good to catch up and answer these compelling questions for our audience. And we will see if you're right or wrong and how it pays off.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
All right. You got it. Okay. I'm going to go now to... Actually, I'm ditching Rob here. I don't want to ditch him. But I'm going to go to the Germans now and see how they're doing. All right.
Right.
How's it going?
Well, there's still no Soviet signs of a Soviet attack, right? There's just some preliminary maneuvering, of course. And also, if it was, we're not retreating. We're just gonna stand ground, stand fast.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Soviets like to make a lot of noise,
Yeah,
Have you got any reports from the front, from your human commanders on the front who are...
Yeah.
Have they
keep on lying to me about the Soviet attack. It's not happening. It's just not happening. I know it's not happening. The Prince of Leningrad does not get attacked, nor does he retreat.
Absolutely. All right, so there you go. What are you doing right now in your headquarters?
Well, I hope I can do artillery fire from here.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I didn't give you your report for 715. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, Sir Herr Major, you're currently in Malinovsky. You sent some troops from the regimental what is this? Nachrichtenzug, the signal platoon, to head to VK Beresnuki following the telephone line to fix it, and also to give out an extra radio to who did you actually want to give an extra radio to from the signal platoon?
Fifth company, so they can like radio message artillery.
Understood. Yeah, yeah, that's basically what I said. Oh, I accidentally said it towards the artillery itself. But yeah, I'll come back for your orders soon enough. Oh yeah, to the east, I would towards Gorodacek. You still hear intense infantry, rifle, and machine gun fire, but no little to no sounds of artillery.
Well, all right. So what do you think?
I think there's I think the Soviets are being very well today. I'll just order artillery fire on friendly positions just in case.
Mm-hmm. Just in case the Soviets are there, huh?
Yeah. I'm looking at Gorodacek and Petrovka, because Gorodacek has a lot of fire going there.
Mm-hmm.
At Petrovka, I have gotten a report from North Pole, otherwise known as my 2IC, that they have both taken the running trench, and they're at position Pita, which is really bad.
Mm-hmm.
It basically means I need to do a lot of artillery fire.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, we'll see how that goes for you. In the meantime, enjoy your day. I hope it just turns back to a quiet day. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, this is ridiculous. I just want to go to the Western Front to be a NATO officer and serve the fatherland, go to Norway, then to America, then to Sweden. Sweden sounds nice this time of year. I'm sure they're friendly.
I'm sure they are.
They've been so friendly before this.
I hear Argentina's nice this time of year as well. Maybe you could take a long holiday over there.
Yeah, but it's very few job prospects compared to NATO. NATO has lots of them.
Oh, you'll get a job over there. They'll hire you in Argentina. Yeah, absolutely. I don't know, I don't know what the pay what the retirement benefits are like, but you know.
I just need to. Third company apparently doesn't exist anymore.
Well, okay.
I need to. I need to make some. I need to write a lot of letters.
Oh boy, yeah, you might need to have a team of people help you write, huh?
Yeah, probably like a lot of people to help me write all these letters.
All right. Well, good luck, sir. We will check back in towards the end.
Yeah.
All right, and we're checking back in because it's now towards the end. No, I'm kidding. All right, guys. All right. Let's see here. Okay. I just wanted to check in and get a status report from you. How's it going?
I think I'm dead.
You're dead?
Yeah.
Oh man. Oh boy. Well,
yeah, we got cut off, and then tried to. The only option to get out safely was over open ground and barbed wire, and due to my leg wound, I was told that would not be possible.
Yeah.
So we're just making a last stand.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh man. Yeah. Can you defend the fatherland against the Soviet hordes? And well, you only have so many bullets in your pistol, but there you have it. At least you die a hero, you know?
Yes, if anyone knows of what happened here.
Yeah, you might get a medal out of it posthumously.
Posthumously, yeah.
Yeah. Well, all right. That's fantastic. Okay, just wanted to check in and see how it was going. All right.
No, it was a much briefer experience than I thought, but I had a great time.
Well, good. And it is fun. And yeah, a lot of times your battles will be lengthier. But one of the things that people don't always understand, because this is different from when you play computer games or other types of games, is when you're in command, number one, you're not in control. You're just in command. And number two,
right,
you make very few decisions, actually. You know, on the day of battle, you know, most of your critical decisions are made prior to the battle. Where am I going to position my units? You know, what are the fields of fire going to be, and so on. But once the battle starts, it's really up to the soldiers themselves who are fighting, and you really don't have a lot of control. There's not a lot of decisions. If you have a reserve, you can decide where do you want the reserve to go. If the situation is dramatic, you might issue a change of mission order. But other than that, you don't really have a lot of choices. So again, you're going to make only one or two critical choices, but they are critical choices. And that's how it is in reality, I feel. And that's what we're modeling here. And yeah, and I think you've made good choices today with your units. So.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
No, I genuinely had a really good time.
Well, good. I'm glad you had fun. What a bonus. Good.
Yeah, it's what I hope to get out of it, at least, so I've got that.
Absolutely. Okay, let's head up to the commentator booth. Let's see here. There we are. And yeah, let's just talk about, you know, Kriegsspiel and military command in general. The higher you are in the chain of command, the fewer the decisions you get to make on the day of battle. Your critical decisions are made prior to the battle, but when the fighting starts, which is what we tend to play out, usually there's only a few decisions. You know, where are you going to position your forces? Where are you going to station your reserve? I hope you have a reserve. But critical decisions are, you know, where do we put the reserve? You know, when do we commit them? Do we hold them back? You know, because as long as you have a reserve, you can assume that things are going well. Once you've committed your reserve, especially on the defense, you need to be thinking, okay, am I going to survive this, and what do we do? You have to also think about, when do you issue a change of mission order? So that's your second big decision. So the first one is, where do you put that reserve? The next one is, when do you issue a change of mission? When have the circumstances to your front changed so that you need to order them in to do something different? And you need to be prepared for that. And that change of mission might be, we're going to counterattack, or it might be we're going to retreat. Those are very typical. But then again, if the plan is just hold the position, maybe there is no change of mission, you hold the position. So that is kind of your second big decision that you tend to make in any battle. Otherwise, there's not a whole lot that you get to pick. You know, you can kind of choose where you're going to go, and who's going to be out front and who's going to be in reserve. But otherwise, in reality, you make surprisingly few decisions, but they sure are critical. All right. It just looks like the Soviets are just smashing everything. What do you think of that, Rob? I mean, look at that. They're just dropping the hammer, you know. I would almost think they have, that they're directing the fire from an airplane or something.
I mean, they are advancing. I mean, they're doing a lot of damage to the Germans. But if you look at the sort of main area of their breakthrough, they've taken some pretty heavy losses as well. I mean, a lot of these platoons are on have taken like roughly like a third, 30% casualties.
Mm-hmm.
And this whole, is this like a battalion or a large company or something, is sort of nearing being a sort of dysfunctional. I mean, sure, they've eliminated like a German company, but they've taken some pretty heavy losses in doing so. And I mean, there's no doubt that the Soviets are going to like reach it eventually. It is just how many losses are they going to take? And at the moment, they are taking not insubstantial losses. So.
Yeah. However, that might just be the plan for that first company or whatever it is. And then once that's spent, you know, they've got reserves. And that's the heck of it is they have reserves. The Germans have a nice long line, which we wrongly believe in the IKS that if you just have a big line with no reserves, you'll win every time, right? Somebody said that. Maybe it was Sun Tzu. Maybe I'm making that up.
I think it was Clausewitz, actually.
Yeah, Clausewitz. Yeah, the longest line always wins. Or what was the quote? The enemy will punch through and you'll lose, but you'll always be remembered for having the longest line. So there you go.
I mean, it depends on translation from the original German, you know.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to learn some German to get that quote right.
There's quite a lot of meaning that's lost, I think, in the translation. You know, it's quite deep. You know,
absolutely, very profound.
Unlike the line.
Yeah. The Soviets have what appear to be a lot of reserves, but a lot of those reserves are actually supporting artillery. They're not actually infantry, guys with rifles who can go on the front and, punch through. They've got about 2 or 3 companies of effectives, it looks like here. They've got they got one big rifle company there, and that is under La Fondios, and it looks like they're going to be the big push. They've got another rifle company up at the top of the map, and then they've got one here in the south, which will probably reinforce or take over that position from the company that's been broken, but we'll see. Right now I'm interested in La Fondios and what his orders are and what his plans are. He's facing some trenches, but it doesn't look like those trenches are occupied. So I'm kind of curious to get in his head and see how he feels. So I'm going to pop down to him. If I can find where, there he is. All right.
The little trenches on it.
I don't think I did.
Yes, it was in red discussion.
Okay, Marshall is here, so I believe we need to genuflect.
Insubordination needs to end.
Yeah.
The appearance of...
Everyone must stand for the entrance of the Emperor.
Half genuflect, the other half stand. What do you do?
Yeah.
And
right.
It's Catholic Mass. Let's just do it.
Right.
Pater Noster
I mean,
quies in Caeli sanctifer nomen tuum. Let's just do it.
If Marshall is here, I'm assuming that means we're all about to get destroyed, and he's about to interview us before that happens.
Well, at least the action's coming our way, for sure.
At least. I know.
He's here to perform last rites or something.
There you go.
Yes.
What questions do you have, Marshall?
What's the plan? I'm looking at the master map. I see where you're at.
Yep.
What are you doing here, and where do you plan to be in the next 15, 30 hour from now? What's the plan?
Sure. Our mission is, as the second element, is 2-part. One is to clear the enemy from the Molnica area, and the second is to get the anti-tank and direct fire guns in place to thwart a counterattack. So we've got the first assault has gone in and cleared the way for us, it looks like. We're in position now to hit this trench line that has Germans and machine guns in it, with the intent to clear the trench line and then move over to, in other words, clear from the trench line to the east to Molnica in the west. Because we have mortars and the direct fire guns, we have a little more horsepower that we can do this.
Mm-hmm.
At 7:30, a artillery strike of some note will go in on Molnica. That will be at the small copse of trees south of Molnica north.
Mm-hmm.
So that'll hit the town. It'll hit all those trenches north of that. We're concerned about these trenches to the southeast a bit because the firebox doesn't quite hit them. So we're going to use our direct fire weapons and our mortars to try to clear that out. We've 4th company has moved to the Petrovka area to hit it from the side, and then the 5th and 6th will hit it from the south. So we'll conduct a simultaneous assault at 7:45 with the intent to clear that area, and then once we figure that out, the 3rd element will move past us north to assault Sabalina.
Okay. So there's a 3rd element coming up, and let's see who.
Yeah, and we've already had contact with them.
Yeah. Who's commanding that? Do we know?
Let's see. Capitan is the 8th company commander. So you can go.
Okay.
He's the next in the chain.
All right, I'm going to talk to him as well. Okay. Well, good luck to you. We'll see how it goes, and we'll see if you make Comrade Stalin proud or if you dismay him.
We always seek to make people proud.
Absolutely. All right, good luck.
Yeah,
All
thanks.
Right. Red 3 now. Greetings, Captain.
Whoa.
I understand. Are you the follow-on element? What are you commanding here? You're commanding.
I am the captain of the 2nd Company 1st Battalion. So.
2nd.
I am not the follow-up element. I am not the follow-on element. I was part of the initial breakthrough element, a breakthrough which we achieved.
Oh, I see. Okay, there you are. There you are. Okay, I found you on the map. Perfect. Tell me about this success. What's happened here?
Is this to me? Or who is the one main question?
You're now all collocated in near Max.
What happened to my men?
Your men are... Well, some of them were able to route towards the east. Some of them weren't.
Wait, shooting at them didn't work?
It looks like there still is a pocket of resistance. You don't think... I mean, it's hard to know how many there are Germans there are still holding the trenches.
I
You
saw them.
still hear a few MGs and a few rifles. It looks like they are the end of the tricks. But yeah, it's been a very bloody battle down south. You can see some Soviet soldiers with bayonets on their chests.
My God, my troops are cowards.
Or shoveled cuts.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe you didn't shoot at your own men enough.
Yeah, I ordered it. I'm trying, but you only got so many bullets.
Comrade Commissar, you took position up north.
That's very good.
So we've achieved our objective. We have managed to open up a gap between Garogatsik and the hill. So.
2 German platoons still persist in the south. They are rather battered. I need I need whatever forces you actually have here to go south.
Wait, where are the German platoons that you were talking about?
Just south.
South.
Where your troops are facing. See where your troops are facing right now.
My question is, do we need to take them out? We already created the gap we were ordered to create.
We need to vanquish the fascists. I am your battalion commander, and I'm ordering you to vanquish the fascists.
Well, the bad news that my company is engaged in a firefight with a German platoon up north, and we've been down by machine gun.
Well, you can keep them busy then in the north. I need Anna Kazan's company to finish off this pocket of resistance by the fascists.
Okay, I can.
Do you hear a lot of artillery fire to the northwest, as well as some mortar fire closer to the north?
Okay, well that's
right. I am okay. So I can launch an attack in 15 minutes. Would that work?
No, launch an attack now.
God damn it! Sure, why not?
I'm not giving them time to run away and get away scot-free from this. They need to be wiped out.
All right. Okay.
I was told they run out of grenades and everything, so we should have the advantage.
Okay, gotcha.
MGs provide covering fire, and I suppose we'll have your infantry just throw themselves on there.
Understood.
Thank you.
I see you achieved a great success, comrades.
Yeah, we did the objective. Time to completely secure the hill. I don't want to leave the Germans a foothold anywhere.
All right, Umpire, I'll give my orders then.
Sure, go ahead.
The MG platoon will suppress the enemy in the south, while the other 3 infantry platoons will sweep south and destroy them.
And since I don't have anything better to do, I suppose I will join the attack. Personally.
Yeah, I would come with you if my leg wasn't broken.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm currently on a stretcher, so I can't come with you, unfortunately.
What's wrong with your other leg? You have another.
Yeah, plus your assistant can help you walk. You can move, but you can't run.
Assistant should be firing a gun instead of carrying a wounded man.
Yeah, that's crazy. You have another leg. I don't know what's wrong with you.
You have hands as well. And teeth.
But to circle back, comrade reporter, I guess. The 1st Battalion has achieved its objective in full, it looks like. We have opened up a bloody gap. We have captured an entire company worth of Germans, including machine guns and mortars all, and now our comrades are streaming through, it looks like.
Do you feel that Comrade Stalin would agree you have done enough today? It's what, 7:30, 7:15, 7:30 in the morning?
This is such a great question. I love it.
We have done what we were ordered to do by our other comrades, whom possess the trust of Stalin, so I would suppose, yes, we have.
So you think you've done enough today?
Once we wipe out those Germans to the south, we will have.
Uh-huh.
Yoritz, still have orders?
Yeah.
I want to send my third platoon.
Give me your orders.
I want to send my 3rd platoon to support.
All right, I've given my orders. I'll be back in 5 minutes.
All right. So that's what's happening there. Let's check in with the Soviet Commander-in-Chief in Red 1.
Begin their assault.
All right.
And we just coattails, or you want us to move up to a little wood where they were below Molnica?
Yeah, they may not be there yet, but they'll be close enough.
No, I mean, sorry. When they move off 07:45, they're going to assault Molnica, aren't they? And then just in case something strange happens, the plan is to then take over their positions in that little wood beneath Molnica and wait. Is that correct?
Negative. Yeah, negative. We're going to hold the position where we are, which is just to the east of Graditsek, along this tree line. We're going to wait here. We'll be reserved for their attack on Molnica if they need it, but we're going to wait here because that way we're still free to maneuver if we can move northeast. Okay.
Got it.
Does it also mean that there's no reinforcements for the guys for the 1st Battalion?
1st Battalion? Have they requested anything?
No, I'm just wondering. Is that not in the plan?
No.
All right,
1st Battalion should be able to hold its own. If it needs us, we'll consider it, but they should be able to hold their own.
All right, cool.
Comrade Colonel, did I hear you correctly that you are going to hold? I thought that was the enemy's job to hold things, to hold ground.
It is. And only our battalion is waiting. We're waiting to reinforce the assault on Molnica if it's needed. If it's not, then we'll push towards Sabalina.
Okay, yeah, because I hear the word hold coming out of a Soviet mouth, and it sends shudders down my spine, because there are still filthy fascist feet on sacred Soviet soil. Unbelievable.
Yes. Well, the regiment isn't holding, just this battalion is waiting for which direction it needs to advance.
Well, okay. I suppose just the battalion then can go to Gulag. I love hamming it up. You know, it's fun. It's amusing. But in reality, I think that the Soviets kind of, you know, we make a meme of it because we've all seen the movie Enemy of the Gates and we all know about Order 227. But in reality, by mid to late war, the Soviets realized that terrorizing their own men and shooting their own men and purging their own men wasn't exactly a winning strategy.
It was counterproductive.
Yeah, it absolutely was. And the Soviets became a little more, I suppose, compassionate and wise in how they conducted their troops. And they actually, you know, they gained a valuable combat experience. They became quite proficient. So that by the end of the war, your Soviet pilots, your Soviet soldiers, your Soviet tank commanders, they knew exactly what they were doing, and they were facing off against Germans who were hastily thrown into battle. So it's a complete reversal, if you will, by the end of the war. So,
I mean, that's why purging thousands of your own officers is wrong. You know, it means you lose the war. It's not some sort of moral issue. It's just a purely, you know.
It's worse than a crime. It's a mistake.
Yeah.
There you go. I love that. There's a good line. I need to keep that one. So
that was said about Napoleon.
Yeah. Well, there we have it. Okay. Let's see here. I don't think I have any particular questions. I'm just looking at the God's eye view of the master map. And wow.
Wondering where the Red Air Force is?
Yeah, and where are they today? It doesn't sound like you have any air support. I thought it was a nice day.
Yeah. 1944, we got like thousands of airplanes. Where are they?
Yeah, you should have some PE-2s screaming in over the treetops or diving in from high altitude. And
or those
you know, none
Illusions.
Oh, yeah, the IL-2 should be coming in to mop up, especially...
Starmovic.
You know, they should be hunting in the rear, you know, making sure there's no reinforcements coming up or artillery or anything, you know.
Yeah, I'd like to know if there's any. Now, this is a Luftwaffe division that we're facing, so there's a really good chance they have no armor of any kind. but they will have AT guns, you know, those nasty 88s and that kind of thing. So.
Well, I don't think you have any tanks yourself, though.
No, we don't. We're not motorized and we have no armor, but an 88 still makes a mess of a man.
Oh yeah, I'm sure if he gets hit by it, you know. But they've got I don't know. It's kind of hard to hold off a whole assault with an 88, especially when it's across a broad front. You know, you can make a mess of a few dudes, but ultimately, it's not a machine gun. It's not the best tool for the job.
It is not. It
is
not the best tool for a job.
Yeah, so
the smaller flak weapons are more effective against infantry.
Oh yeah, like a 20 millimeter or something.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, oh my gosh, yeah. But, all right. Okay, well, good luck, comrade.
Thank you. Spasibo.
I don't know what spasibo means. I'm going to assume
it means thank you.
Oh, well, there you go.
It means
a good guess. All right.
Yep.
All right, heading back up to the commentator booth. The trick to learning another language is comprehensible input. So, context and meaning matter, and if you can pick that out when hearing words in a foreign language, it helps you to learn and understand. But anyway, all right. It does look like the Soviets are just having an amazingly awesome day. They have, yes, one of their companies is definitely spent, and their commander is going south with his own pistol to do his duty for the motherland. But I think that I don't think that matters. It's a sideshow. The main attack here is almost certainly going to push through to Molina because they just have absolutely superior.
Hey, Marshall.
Yeah.
Sorry, here's a situation update from 0745.
Okay.
So there was the German final defenders who were in the first line of defense have finally all been killed or captured. There
Okay.
was a small pocket of resistance led by the 3rd Company commander, which lasted for a long time, I think like over half an hour. But they've finally been cleared out here near Mitkovica, Zagoria. And currently the Soviets are preparing for the next attack, and the Germans are finally about to reestablish their lines of communications to their artillery, which was under bombardment. And perhaps most interestingly, an artillery mission happened to be ordered near the location where the commander of the German 5th Company was, and also, 1st Company commander was, but also the German 2nd in command was in Molnica, and the German 2nd in command was killed in this barrage, and it's Hauptmann Christoph Wolf who is here in this channel with you, so you can interview him as you like, because he's currently in Valhalla or Hell.
All right. Well, Hauptmann Christoph, how's the weather?
It's very hot.
Yeah,
it's very hot.
Yep. Well, welcome.
Meeting a lot of old comrades.
Yeah.
It's very confused at why we're all down here. I've been told that we're in fact on the other team, that we're on the good team, but it seems not.
Well,
are we the baddies?
Yeah, are we the baddies? We've got skulls on our caps. Well, the fact that you're here with myself and Rob should tell you that yes, you are in hell. We love it here, actually. We're having a great time. It sucks to be you, though. What happened? Were you just chilling and then you caught a shell in your lap, or what happened?
Well, I was sitting at the command headquarters, basically writing messages for command.
So you were doing.
And I was ordered to go and survey and to see basically if 3rd, which was our most forward company, had been able to retreat at all. So that's why I went over to the southernmost positions of the the 1st Company.
Prior to your game-losing catch, what do you think was? How would you describe your level of command and control over your forces? Like, do you feel like you had good command and control, good situational awareness, or was it just complete disaster, confusion, and craziness?
I think we were pretty aware of what was happening, but we were also kind of sure that we were hopelessly outmatched. So we were just trying to do what we can, but also understanding that we're probably not going to be able to stop an entire Soviet offensive.
Okay, so the sun rose on the day, and when the sun rose, you're like, well, the odds are pretty much against us. There's no way we're going to win. How did that change or inform the orders that you gave, that knowledge or that belief that it's a no-win situation? How did that inform your decisions today?
I think we made decisions precisely as we always do, which is we're kind of looking at the situation, what's going on, and we're trying to find out, like, independent of whether we are winning or losing, what's the ultimate best choice we can make in this situation.
And
so no matter if like all of the rest of the division is on our route, the company commander should still be deciding what is the best thing I can do here to turn whatever little I can right here.
All right, good answer. Okay. And what were the last orders that you gave to your men before your game-losing catch of a 155 millimeter shell or whatever it is that they dropped on you?
Well, I had in fact not ordered anything. My company remained up in the Skoboleva as a reserve, and I was asking my commander over radio for permission to move my machine gun team down to support the Molnica position. And as I was sending that message and reading the reply, I suddenly hear a little whizzing above my head. And now I'm here. So.
All right. So you were basically making a decision, which is where to put your reserve, or at least a portion of your reserve, when you died. So that would have been your last order or attempt at an order to your men, huh?
Yeah, and it seems from what I'm looking at here that command has that my death has been reported and command has ordered what I was going to do anyways.
Yeah. Now,
from the radio channel.
Are you able to see? I think you're on the Umpire map. Is that correct?
Yes, I'm spectating now.
All right.
The Umpire.
All right. So, what do you think overall? So we can talk about the scenario. First of all, your side must have had a plan. What was that plan, and what is your opinion of that plan? Would you change anything about that plan?
Our plan had, I think, one fatal flaw, which was that we assumed that the Soviets weren't going to go through that little forest there because of the very rough terrain.
Yep.
And we can see that that's been that was quite wrong. But the plan as a whole was to divide the area into 3 sectors and divide those sectors into 3 sectors with a forward sector, a secondary sector, and a final line. So that's kind of the forward sector is what's been holding out for a while, as I understand. And the secondary sector is in the west at Mitkovice, and the third sector is up at Molnica. Unfortunately, the order of attack from the enemy was that they attacked our first and then our third sector here.
Yeah.
Which wasn't expected because of this forest. So now they're struggling up there. And because they approached our first sector from a different angle, they didn't really get to utilize their defenses. I think that's a main error, is underestimating the enemy's willingness to go through the rough terrain.
Yeah, yeah. So, wow. Yeah, it's tough when you have a whole plan and then the plan is completely thrown into chaos because, you know, as I say, the enemy gets a say, and the enemy in this case has done something that you did not expect. You considered it, but you're like, nah, they won't do that. So you expected something else, and of course the enemy did the opposite of what you expected, and that's got to be pretty tough. You know, when that happens, what do? You have to issue a change of mission order right from the start. And did you get any orders from your commander-in-chief after the start of the battle?
Up until the 30 minutes where I was killed, I remained by the commander's side as his second in command, overall second in command.
Mm-hmm. And
so we were issuing orders to everyone else.
And so how did you react to the information that, hey, they're coming through the rough terrain, they're not coming the direction we expected?
So I immediately drew up with my CIC a small map of small areas around that rough terrain, and we nicknamed them. Mm-hmm. And then I headed off to go and scout out those areas so I could go to the front and call in accurate artillery support. We also radioed in, perhaps a little too late, to the forward company that they should withdraw their mortars and machine guns and then withdraw their men, if possible. But by the time they received that, I think they were already cut off. A bit late. But the artillery fire should be coming in soon, I think.
Yeah, it looks
I
like
hope.
Your artillery commander took some hits. It looks like they dropped artillery exactly on your artillery headquarters. Or at least they cut the line leading from headquarters to your artillery park. But now that line is being restored. I'm seeing a lot of fire on the map. I don't know if that reflects artillery impacts. It
I hope
may-
that's the artillery fire I called in just before I was killed.
Yeah, because it looks like they're landing on a lot of Soviet troops. So look here.
Yeah, we made some very specific positions to accurately fire it in.
So now it's going to come down to how big is the Soviet reserve, and can they push through that barrage and still take a position. So this looks like at present, the Germans are having a good turn, but one good turn, does one good turn make the difference or not? It can, but we'll wait and see what happens. So I'm real curious to hear this report, especially when reports get back to the Soviet commanders. So
you can also notice that my company, the 5th, is being moved over to the east, to trenches even further back.
Yeah,
So
you
hopefully
reinforce. Yeah, so you're trying to.
that's Dog Pilot's probably directly ordering that around.
Yeah.
It's the CIC.
All right. Well, I'll check in with him one more time right now, and we'll see what he's doing and what his logic is behind all of that. All right. Well, thank you. You can actually hang out or follow us around, whatever you want to do. Let's go talk to Blue 1, the Prince of Leningrad, Dog Pilot, the German commander. All right. Hello, German commander. Hello, Dog Pilot. How you doing? All right. Sounds like must be AFK, taking a break from his commander-in-chief duties. All right, we'll give him a minute. Let's go to Blue 2, Rob. And you and I can talk for a minute. Did it? Oh, there you are. Yeah, I heard you just as I was leaving. Okay. Hey. Well, what's your assessment?
Our reinforcements are about to arrive, and we're just gonna counterattack this tiny Soviet force that is in front of us, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's or well, no. Well, I've ordered artillery. I hope it hits the Soviets. What's the expression in English? To hit a nail on its head.
Yeah, hit the nail on the head. Yes.
Yeah. Hit the nail on the head and make sure there isn't a Soviet position here by the next time I hear of them.
Mm-hmm. All right. Then yeah, I agree. Let's see what happens here.
I will just say it again. The Prince of Leningrad does not retreat.
Okay. So you're putting in your reserve. Where are you putting in your reserve at?
Into a secondary line.
Mm-hmm.
I've retreated my second company to go into the position I'm currently at, and I've retreated my 5th company to a position behind 1st company.
Mm-hmm.
So theoretically, we should have some defensive ground to hold.
But I thought you don't retreat.
I'm not retreating. I'm repositioning tactically.
Oh, okay. Yes, it's a tactical advance.
Yeah, it's actually we're advanced.
Correctly. Yeah.
We've advanced against the Western allies.
That's right. You're advancing to the rear. Fantastic.
We've advanced against the Western allies. That's what we have done. We have soon enough I'll be back in Leningrad.
Outstanding.
This is just all part of Manstein's master plan to retreat and then a counterattack, right?
Right. All right. Okay, Rob, let's go to Blue 2 and chat. All right, good luck. Oh, here's Otto. Let's hear Otto.
Actually, one sec, Marshall. Let's talk in another channel real quick.
Blue 2.
Marshall, it seems like next turn, Wounded Comrade Commissar Greatgold is going to be bringing the 3rd Jaeger Company commander as prisoner to the Soviet CIC.
Oh, I see that. That's what that is down there.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right.
So I recommend going to that channel in preparation for this next time.
Okay, will do. All right. Okay, Rob, what do you think overall is of what's happening here? It looks like the Soviets have had a very successful day, but this German barrage is really landing on target, so that can't be good for the Soviet plan. That was most of their force, I think, is being tore up.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Germans are actually doing relatively all right, considering the situation they're in. I mean, the Soviets have got like 2 battalions, is this, roughly? The first waves, or the first couple waves, are pretty badly beaten up. They've only got like, this is their only real reserve force, and this is just like, what, like 2 companies? 3 maybe?
Yeah.
So like,
let's go to Red 5, the German prisoners arriving.
Sure.
Marshal.
There we are.
Well,
Okay.
Temple a few Soviets from your company, and as you approach them, it looks like they were very scared of you, and they started to make up excuses, telling them that they were out of grenade and had to fall back to get more grenades to go back to the fight to finish off the Germans. You can tell they are probably lying, and they are just
course.
trying to make
They're
excuses
getting
for
shot
their
at.
cowardice.
They're getting shot. Don't worry.
Like right now or later?
Later.
All right. Also, you find the commander in chief, Colonel Nevsky. I'll let you talk with him, and I'll be back.
Comrade Commander.
Sir.
I come to report that we have carried the entire hill from Gorodacek all the way down to the south to about where it says Lohu. That's where the German trenches ran, and we have finally managed to clear the entire thing. However,
excellent.
Second company and third company are basically combat ineffective.
All right.
First company is in the north of the line currently, I believe, pinning down some German forces opposite, trying to help second battalion in their advance, but I don't think my battalion can do more than just hold in the trenches and reorganize and guard the prisoners we've taken. We've taken about a company's worth of prisoners.
Mm-hmm.
We've got some mortars.
Also, you hear a lot of artillery fire coming from the north west, about 1 or 2 kilometers away.
Yeah, we've taken an MG company, mortar company, and I believe 3 infantry companies. Prisoner.
Excellent.
And we have this guy as well. We have their commander.
Ah.
Yeah. So
Very good. Very good. Okay. Well, 2nd Battalion should be jumping off towards Molnica here.
Yep.
And 3rd Battalion is now occupying the position that 2nd Battalion was in when you jumped, or I'm sorry, the original position that you had been in when you jumped off.
Also, one more thing. I do not know whether you got my dispatch, but the fire mission seems to be 15 minutes early.
15 minutes early?
Yes, because the smoke was set to come in at 6:45, and it came in at 6:30. So we had to attack a turn early.
All right.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
And we're asking for further direction as to what to do now.
For your guys?
Yeah, for first.
Yeah, for 1st Battalion, all you need to do is hold this breach, the breach position. Hold where you are. So you're looking for any possible German counterattack towards your position, and you just need to hold the area that you've secured. Now we're passing it on to 2nd Battalion to make the next assault towards Molnica. And 3rd Battalion is right behind you. I mean, literally, as you can see, because you're with me.
That's about what's left of 3rd Battalion. Not 3rd Battalion, sorry, 3rd Company. What's behind me?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, where you're standing right now is where 3rd Battalion is.
Yeah, I mean, I can see them. Yeah, I see them.
Yeah. So that whole battalion is intact and right here. So we're currently occupying that line where you assaulted from.
Okay.
Okay. So we're right here. So if you get pressed by a counterattack and your guys can't hold, we can throw a company in to support you.
Oh, they will hold. They will hold.
Okay.
To the left.
Good, very good. Because I want to save 3rd Battalion to support 2nd Battalion if they have trouble taking Molnica. If they're able to take it on their own, then 3rd Battalion will push towards Sabalina. But if they can't, then we'll support them.
With the experience that the German defenders fought very hard, even though they were smoked and fired on by artillery, I think we can hold on to them.
What amazes me, what surprises me, is that they were defending that far forward. I wouldn't have defended those trench lines at all.
I don't know. I haven't seen the situation. I just went forward and I.
Yeah. So well, I mean, the number of prisoners you've taken and the fight that you had actually surprises me, because I didn't think that they would defend that area with any kind of serious force. I thought that they would set their line of resistance further back. Because that trench line, yeah, that trench line, yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, I guess you can ask our German friend here about the German positions.
I would say that your colonel was correct in his assumption, but your flanking attack and certainly your 2nd artillery barrage was probably more successful than you were anticipating, and forced me to have a last stand there. The artillery barrage and your assault cut off my entire company.
Very nice.
The last stand.
The beauty of that is that fire plan for the artillery was written earlier this week, and and it's not. I mean, it's not on call. It all had to be pre-planned and pre-timed. So I had to just guess where to put the artillery fire on. So that basically it was just looking at the map and figuring, okay, where would I be, and I'm gonna drop the artillery there. So.
Well, I'll point to the shrapnel piece in my FEMA and say you had a very good guess.
No, it helps to have some experience with it, I guess. Yes, sir.
What I don't understand is how come, if it was planned a week in advance, how come is it still not on time?
That I don't have any control over. They know what time it's. I mean, the umpires know exactly what time it's supposed to be.
I'm gonna go to the rear and shoot them in the head.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know how that got, changed, but yeah, they were given the fire plan in detail, so they know exactly where and when it's supposed to land. So,
all right. Well, I guess I'll leave our beloved guests here with you, and I'm gonna go back and try and hold on with what we have left.
All right. Well, as I say, secure the breach that you've made,
secure,
and hold it. And if you do need support, I'm hoping you don't, but if you do need support, I can throw a company towards you if you need it.
Understood.
All right. Very good. Thank you, sir. Thank you, comrade.
Thank you, comrade.
Spasibo.
Spasibo. All right. Well, it looks like things have gone very well for you today, Colonel.
Have they?
So far, according to all reports. We'll see.
So far, so good.
You know, I can't tell you what's happening in this instant, what I see on the Umpire map, but based on what you would know to this moment, everything has been going very nicely.
Yeah. I haven't received any reports that would make me think that anything has gone wrong, other than Comrade Great Gold's Commissar Greygold's report on the timing of the artillery. Apparently, the artillery was not firing at the correct time.
Mm-hmm.
So, which it is what it is. Luckily, the commanders on the spot can still time their movement and assaults
Mm-hmm.
just by when it's landing. If you see a hill being obliterated by artillery fire, not to move onto that hill.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So that's pretty simple.
Yes.
So not a backbreaking thing, just a kind of a small annoyance.
Yeah. Wow. Well, all right. Okay.
And apparently, according to our guest here, the former German officer, it looks like it landed in the right place.
Yeah. Well, he was sure talkative, for a German officer.
Mm.
But all right, fair enough.
Yeah. For him, the war is over.
Yeah. Now the battle for survival will begin for him.
Mm-hmm. Yes. He needs to make sure that nobody thinks he did anything bad.
Yeah.
It's going to be pretty hard.
I'm actually Austrian. Does that help at all?
All right. Okay.
So, do you have any questions, sir?
No. I'm just watching everything unfold at this point. There's a little bit of inertia that's in play.
We're getting nuked right now.
Yeah. So until the next round of reports, there's nothing.
Just a walk.
Yeah, we'll see what happens.
Okay.
All right. Good luck.
Thank you.
All right. I'll go up to the umpire commentator booth.
0800. Okay.
All right. Well, it looks like the Soviets have done pretty well up until now, when they have been hit pretty hard by German artillery. Now, this German artillery is low on ammo, which is what these red markers indicate. Nonetheless, they still have about one more fire mission they can execute, and the fire mission that they just executed is probably pretty effective. So, they've got one more bolt they can shoot, and they've got these units here in reserve, in trenches, and, it's not a gimme for the Soviets. Like, the Soviets haven't completely won yet. They need to punch through this artillery barrage and pass this second line of defense with enough force to hold the gap open. Now, there are other German forces over here, and they are kind of out of position. Like, they're not going to see any action likely. They could, however, advance against the Soviet flank, but I don't know if they're actually going to do that or if they're just going to hold there and, that's the battle for them. And it does depend. Let's take a look here at the status of this unit. These guys are completely out of shells. So the mortar battalion, or mortar teams, I'm sorry, are pretty much ineffective. They do have smoke, which they can employ. And they can do that to misdirect or obscure movements. But otherwise, their effectiveness is limited. They no longer really have the ability to kill. And there is a couple of companies, rifle companies, remaining. And it looks like 3 rifle companies remaining. And it really now comes down to, where do the Germans put that last barrage? And will it harm those reinforcements? Or will those reinforcements, which should be sufficient to plow through the German defenses, make it to the back of the line there? And we're just hanging out here as they resolve the turn. Not much doing, but there's a lot going on. But sometimes you get these slowdowns in the game where there's so much going on that you just kind of hang out and wait. And that's where we're at just at the moment. And as soon as we get some developments here, we'll drop in.
Hey, Marshall, how's it going?
Go ahead. Yes, I was just saying that it looks like we hit a big turn in the game.
Yes, did you see what was going to the with the Soviet attack towards Monica here in the north with that?
Yeah, it looks like they've got a few guys through, but they're in bad condition, and the main attack appears to have been clobbered by German artillery.
Yep, the Germans called in the artillery at the critical time.
Man.
We were kind of thinking how to resolve it because the because the situation was really bad for the Soviets, how they were basically out in the open and tangled in two lines of barbed wire, at least some of them. So we decided to follow one of the new rules in the system, which is quite punishing for infantry in out in the open and tangled in a barbed wire like this, and there was basically no escape for many of the Soviet troops. Looks like some of them are still alive at least, but they have taken... Looks like some of the formations have nearly taken 50% casualties there, so it's likely 100 men killed at that barbed wire fence.
Wow.
The Soviet artillery has been quite effective on dealing with the German commanders, at least, because I think we currently have one company commander captured, the second in command has been killed, and I think one is wounded somewhat.
How much longer do you think we're going to go with this? I don't know that the Soviets are in a winning position yet because the Germans do have reinforcements in their rear.
Yeah, that is true, but the Soviets still have the basically entire. Yeah, exactly. So they have actually the whole 3rd battalion ready to be sent in, and the Germans only have 15 minutes worth of heavy explosive ammunition left for the artillery. So I'm interested. It could still go either way, but we'll see. At least the Germans have been dislodged from the first line of defense. So.
Have the Germans given a fire mission for the last 15 minutes of their HE?
I'm not sure. I'll have to. I'll be. Wolfteam is currently handling the CIC for the Germans, so we'll see in a moment.
They're actually about to take the second line.
Oh wow! Amazing. But there are so few. There are so few soldiers left. Holy moly! But they can't actually be even moved because they're so suppressed. I need to talk.
Luckily, there is a third line.
Yeah. I shall now go resolve.
I assumed that he could make it, but I just wanted to touch base with you.
Yeah, sure. He can jog there.
Okay.
So did you actually wait for how far away he went? Went 2 kilometers away. I guess yeah. He was only standing around there, so yeah. Did you so he said hold fire with the artillery.
Yep.
All right. I will start removing all this. Fire markers.
Does that mean as the artillery is not firing, the Soviets are gonna lose suppression?
Yeah, remove 1 suppression each from them. one level of suppression. So if they were in red, they're now in yellow.
I
which
feel like
means...
there's a lot less Soviets now.
It probably was like 100 casualties just on that fire fence.
Oh, that yeah, not metric.
And I will remove the suppression markers for the Germans next turn because I think someone already.
What did you say?
I think
No,
someone
center.
removed the suppression markers for the Germans already this turn.
I lowered it last turn, and now I just totally removed it, so they can now fire.
Thank you very much.
But they were actually in combat last turn, so they are completely disrupted. So they basically exhausted the ammunition and need to fall back. They can't fire, except for this one poor.
Let's give him. He was also
Actually, if they need to fall back, they probably can because the Soviets are suppressed.
Yeah. Were they given orders to fall back?
Not yet, but again, it's kind of. I think it would be a
Yeah,
common
you can be their brains. Or I don't know.
Yeah,
they got a yeah.
There's a nice break. They've got a rear trench.
Let's just say they are smart and pull back on their own.
Yeah. Well, it's not necessarily smart because they each meter of trenched is very much worthy of defending.
Trenches can be redug live, so a bit more costly.
Well, this guy can still fight, so he stays.
Yeah. Actually, no. Let's wait for Luigi.
Okay.
To do something.
But
if like a second or Soviet attack comes and they're not ready, then we'll have them just run away. I'm eager to hear what Luigi has to say, as he's the command.
Sure.
Yeah,
I want to take away every choice the player has.
Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, this is. Yeah, but yeah, what's going on now? Is anyone firing? Well, there's not much firing to be happening with the state of the front.
No, I think it's a lull in the fighting.
All right, let's go to the next turn. I also, yeah, never mind. Yeah, 08:30 then. So everyone start sending your screenshots.
Hey, Rob.
Oh, hi. I'm just speaking to Achilles. I mean, Colonel Nevsky. What's your sort of perception on the Germans, their position and strength right now, would you say?
I think from what I've seen, we're probably facing a depleted regiment. And it's Luftwaffe, so it's not a heavy. It's going to be more infantry based, and quality wise, probably some units that'll be really good and some that'll just be ridiculously poor. But I just got a dispatch, which is the first really negative thing I've seen today so far, and it's from Lafandioski. Assault did not carry trench, need third to attack Molnica. So yeah, I'm going to have to bring up the 3rd Battalion to support 2nd Battalion on their assault on Molnica. I was hoping to avoid doing that because I really wanted to run with them, but looks like we're going to need both of them to take it. And yeah, it looks like the enemy is definitely fighting farther forward than I would have. So they're putting up stiff resistance for that, and it looks like Molnica is probably going to be the critical part of this fight. So, yeah. All right. Unfortunately, I don't have any more off-map artillery, so.
I'm going AFK for just a few minutes, Blazer, and yeah.
All right. Yeah.
All right.
All right. It seems to me that most recent action bought some time for the Germans.
What is the name of this location?
I don't know what you're looking at, but
oh God, I hate this.
well,
All
you've
right,
been steamrolling up to this point, but now you have a report from Lafondios that he needs help.
Yeah.
So if he couldn't carry the position, then that means obviously something has happened that has delayed or will represent a delay in your plans or a change in your plans.
Gradasect. That's it. Okay. Yeah. It's but it was it's not an unanticipated change or possibility, if you will. The idea was I hoped we could take Molnica with just 2nd Battalion, but I was prepared to take it with 2nd and 3rd Battalion. So where we're at is we're going to have to use 3rd Battalion as well.
Now, after you commit 3rd Battalion, is that it? Is that about it? Is Molnica going to be as far as you go?
It depends on the condition of our forces once Molnica falls. If 3rd Battalion is still combat effective, then we'll continue to push. If it's not, then we can't.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna send a beat up, exhausted unit forward to be, eliminated for no purpose. So wouldn't benefit us. If we take Molnica, then the breach has already been expanded, and whoever comes behind us later in this operation isn't going to have any trouble getting through here. So.
What about that river up there around Sabelina, Korg, Gamay, all the way down to VK, Perudsky, or whatever? I mean, there's that water feature there.
Yeah.
What do you know about that? Is that a critical crossing, or does it matter?
There was nothing in the briefing about it.
So that's
no information at all.
So that's not something.
It was not.
Yeah.
It wasn't part of the. There was nothing in the briefing that said, "Hey, you need to pass this river line," or, in fact, there's nothing in the briefing that tells me where I need to go, or what objective needs to be taken for it to be successful. I had to basically decide that myself.
And so you decided Molinka was far enough for Comrade Stalin.
I figured Molnica was the center of gravity to this portion of the line, and I still support that. Yeah.
Okay.
Let's see. Oh, 8th Company. My location. Comrade, what are your orders? Yeah.
Sounds like you got a dispatch there.
I did. Dispatch. And I'm replying to last 8th. All right. Okay. Oh, damn it. Oh, I hate when I do that.
All right, what'd you do now?
I forgot to put in the time on this. Let's see. There we go. All right. Yeah, it's my 8th Company commander, and he was requesting orders to start moving towards Sebelina. I had to inform him that no, he needs to head towards Molnica. And then I misspelled my own name. I put an extra E in Nevsky.
I'm looking at it now. Oh, well.
So be it.
Yep.
All right, I need somebody to come ask me for my personal orders here. Because I need to move the company I'm with up as well. I can't give orders if they don't come ask me.
Right. Alrighty.
I made myself a sandwich, so.
Yeah, I'm trying to scarf a quick something as well. It's almost 11:30 Pacific time. And we've been on this for a few hours.
Yeah, about 3.5 hours. My Cleveland Browns are playing in the playoffs in 30 minutes.
Well, you better win. Human wave.
The first time the Browns have been in the playoffs in a very, very long time.
All right. Well, we'll see here. Looks like the umpires should be getting pretty close to finish with this current turn. They should be going around and getting orders by now. Let's just take a look here.
Why am I in a different... Why am I in red 5?
They probably moved you.
They moved me out of my own channel. All my company commanders are in what should be my channel, and they moved me to a different channel.
Nice. It was faster to do it that way. I mean, speed is of the essence.
Oh yeah, I'm sure it was. Yeah.
Well, do you think you've made your last major decision here, which is to commit your reserve?
I haven't committed my reserve entirely.
Are you
I have not yet committed my entire reserve, no.
You have, what, 3 companies?
Yep.
And how many are you sending in, towards Molinka?
2.
Ah, okay, so you're holding 1 back.
Yeah, the one I'm with.
So you're not giving it your all for Comrade Stalin. Okay, notes made.
Comrade Stalin appreciates wins.
Hey, Comrade Colonel.
Yes.
By the way, what were your orders for last turn? Did you want to stay co-located with basically 3rd Battalion? Also, your second in command is quite close. Just across the stream.
Yes. I do want to stay co-located with the 3rd Battalion. That's where I should be.
All right.
And 1st and 2nd companies, I'm sorry, not 1st and 2nd company, 8th and 7th companies from that battalion should be now moving to support 2nd Battalion in its assault. And 3rd company will stay in reserve with me.
Okay, well, those are orders you need. If the company commander is a player, then you need to give the orders to the player.
I would, but somebody moved me out of that channel.
Oh wow. Okay. Were you being interviewed, or was it just for no reason?
I have no idea. Somebody put me in channel 5, and
Yeah, I didn't,
I'm
Movie.
not in my own channel.
Okay.
All right, I'm
cool.
gonna go back up to my channel.
Yep.
Then.
There you go.
Can I ask what? Can I ask what the timestamp is? I'm guessing it's the next timestamp.
No, 0845. I forgot to add it on the screenshot, but it is
That's
0840.
All right, Major Lafandioski.
Yep.
All right. I'm sending you 7th Company and 8th Company from 3rd Battalion.
Okay.
Did you receive all of those support weapons, the direct fire artillery and the AT guns?
We did, and we used them. Yeah.
All right. So I'm sending you those 2 companies to support your assault.
Okay.
So let's try again. Let's try to get Molnica. That's the one we need to get. The only reserve I have left now will be 9th Company, which I'm with right now. Okay.
Got it. Okay.
If we have to, I will send them in as well. But I'm hoping you can take it with the support of those 2 companies.
Okay. We'll bear on Molnica.
Yes, sir.
All right.
That's good.
Right, Hans, just disregard my order then. I'm gonna stay with Nevsky.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Where do you want the other companies to go?
7th and 8th is the same as we just chatted about. I'll repeat it just to make sure. The SEK and Gorodetsek, aim at that. So you're going to be going to your northwest toward Gorodetsek, and I will be with you as we head up that way, and then we're going to assault to the northwest from there. Okay.
So you want to head to so 7th and the 8th
7th
company wants to
Yeah,
head
7th and 8th
to
company will
Gorodetsek.
co-locate with me, and we will go to the SEK and Gorodetsek. We're going to head in that direction to the edge of the wood line there.
Okay, roger that.
Okay.
Was there anything else?
I think that's it.
I'm back, by the way, Nevsky.
Thank you. So I take it we ran into heavy resistance just outside that breach area.
It was remarkable. We laid the artillery in, we laid the mortars in, we had the direct fire weapons in, we conducted the assault, and everyone died. So,
wow.
Yeah. So I think the war gods were not kind. Because I mean, we did it right by the numbers. It was 1, 2, 3. Everybody conducted the assault at the same time, and it's like, oh, everybody died. So
man,
what killed them?
They're claiming that artillery fell on the 5th and 6th companies exactly. So the advantage here is if we can conduct the assault toward that area, those trenches should be hit by their own artillery as well as our
Gentlemen,
artillery.
I've got a quick report to give. I have sent in my first company into the attack.
Great.
Have you all been given updates and screenshots?
I have, 845, yeah.
And was somebody here to give you a report?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay.
Everybody up to date. Yeah.
Perfect. Just checking.
They're dying.
We believe the Germans are now quite exhausted. I'm asking for support for my first company.
Where is your first company?
First company was at the northern edge of this trench line you can see here. They are like at the very north right now and are set to go in this turn.
Okay. I've put 7th and 8th companies from 3rd Battalion are now going in with 2nd Battalion to support the assault on Molnica. So are you asking for support from 3rd Battalion?
I'm asking for any support from anybody.
Okay. I have one more. I have one more company.
There you go.
I have one more company I can give you. 9th.
You don't need to attach a new company. I'm just asking for those that are already on the front line or attacking or set to attack. My men are basically heading towards what is it called, Molnica.
Okay,
Yeah,
so is
you will have.
so is everybody
you will
else.
we all are.
Yeah,
Yep,
they all are.
We're all headed
Yeah.
your way. So you'll get that, and then I'm going to grab up some direct fire weapons, and then bring that. We're going to just bring everything toward Molnica. So
Mhm.
we're all here in one great charge, like the Polish cavalry.
Yeah, what's left of second battalion, 2/3 of 3rd battalion, and your company are all assaulting towards Molnica now. So there's your
Hopefully it
support.
will work. It seems to me the Germans have got a bunch of like, they've got like a defense in depth leading all the way north. Shouldn't we try to, I don't know, strike some other direction instead of crunching through these trenches and barbed wire?
We're limited by our area of operation. So
I mean,
we
we
can't
could
go
try
east
to
of the-
strike out west or something.
Why?
I
You
don't
think
know.
the enemy's going to be less favorable to us over there?
Well, I think the enemy might have started saying that our entire army is focusing on the eastern portion of their line and have started maybe redeploying from the west. Maybe we could exploit this and strike west instead of going into.
That's fine, but if we take Molnica, we don't need to go any further.
All right. Okay.
Because remember, keep in mind the limitation of our resource. We're a single regiment. There's a much larger force behind us that's going to exploit the breach we're making. So all we're doing is making a targeted breach in the line.
If we take Molnica, that will qualify as a breach.
Precisely. That you made the initial hole, the initial breach. Molnica expands that breach, and it was my hope that we could push on to Sabalina as well, but I don't think that's going to be possible. It depends on what kind of shape we're in once the Molnica fight is over. But
And Molnica's been hit by an intense suppression bombardment.
Yeah,
so
it's burning
if there's
currently.
so if there's ever
Great Salt, do you have any orders?
I'll return to my first company. That's it.
Thank
yeah,
you.
our objectives were we defined our objectives by the limitations of our resources, and there was no set objective given. So we don't have a geographic objective.
All right, so the Soviets are pretty much decided on their next move and will be making it. And I don't see any substantial resistance between the Soviets and their objective of Molinka. What matters now is that they have their reserve, their final reserve here in these trenches, which they're probably going to hold. I don't expect the Germans to counterattack or do anything because they sort of been beaten down. They're going to hold. They will probably order one more fire mission, which may be on Molinka, with the intention of smashing the enemy as he arrives at what is probably their next objective. But that depends on if the Germans read the Russians correctly. So let's talk to the Germans and see what they think is going to happen next, what their plans are. Hello, Dog Pilot.
Hello.
So, what's the situation, please?
Well, we've fallen back to our second last line, which is actually relatively fine. It's it's actually the best of the lines if you really think about it, you know?
So in a way, you're doing better than when you were at the start.
Yeah. Actually, we're doing better than we were at the start.
Absolutely.
And we haven't, all the forces that, don't exist anymore, they were just traitors and, useless soldiers anyway. They were just, we've reduced the supply requirements of this force significantly. Do you really think about it? Where, I think Goering is gonna be proud.
Yeah, it's important to see the good in all things, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So, what do you think the enemy's gonna do next?
I think they're gonna attack again, and I think I don't think they have time to call up any extra artillery strikes. The Soviet artillery strikes take 2 weeks to plan out. And I hope their intention was to destroy me before I got the Monica. If their intention was to get me over here and bombard me here, I am dead. If they haven't planned for that, I might be able to hold off, and I have some artillery. I still have one more round of that beautiful artillery. I hope it was beautiful what I did with the artillery.
Where do you plan to execute that fire mission?
Well, I have technically 3 fire missions because I have each one of my batteries has one more 15 minutes of fire left, and one more smoke screen. But I don't see a use for the smoke screens currently.
Mm-hmm.
So I hope when the enemy gets in front of me, I've already aimed artillery for it to hit a line from Tsoipa, Hill of 118.6, and Ukraine. And if the enemy gets to that line, I'll be able to just bombard. I'll just be able to hit them with a really devastating bombardment. And if the enemy, however, comes to attack the position held by, what is it? Is it 1st Brigade? First Company? Or no, 2nd Company. It will hopefully be able to... it will hopefully be able to hold off, use its mortar for supporting fire, and I'm gonna save one of my batteries, probably, to off that fire mission. Because I'm rather sure that they might need it, but there's a lot of good positions to fire artillery at over there, thankfully, as well. I'm feeling good about the current situation, basically.
You think you can hold out then?
Yeah, I feel like my promotion to a position on the Western Front is on the way.
Well, good. Good, because we all know the Americans don't have so much artillery. They don't care about.
No, I'm not. The Americans, the Brits. Well, it's perfectly safe to be on the Western Front because the Allies won't invade.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, like, they might have so much equipment and everything, but like they'll never get past Romo's defenses.
Oh, exactly.
So I'm gonna ask for a safe spot like Normandy, where they will never attack.
Yeah, the Pas de Calais is the point of concern. Normandy is just a sweet, sweet posting, man. Nice beaches, good weather, beautiful French women. I mean, you can't beat it, man. That's the place to be.
Fortunately, you're stuck on the Western Front, and beaches are only a memory. Sorry, the Eastern Front and beaches are only a memory.
Yeah, just my glorious victory here will bring me a promotion, right?
You die. No, just kidding.
You're promoted to the grave.
Yes. The German company to the south has completely withdrawn, and so you kind of looks through your binoculars and see Soviets occupying former German positions, as well as the dead body of KB in the distance. May he rest in peace. Other than that, fire is actually completely stopped. It's almost as you've never actually heard it this quiet before, and the loudest thing is from other Soviet attacks miles down the line. Other than that, what are your orders?
Alright. Do I still have my cigar rations left?
No.
I spent all those. Okay, that's bad. That's really bad. I'll just hold on. I'll just hold on to my current positions. And
for you, Hans? Hans? It appears Hans is shell-shocked.
Oh, fair enough.
Oh, he's gone.
He's gone.
I'll just hang out here, see if he comes back. Hello. If you're having some... Oh, I saw you, Green.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
Yeah, the horror of war got to me for a second. Anyway, as I was saying, I see one of my infantry units that's out in the open. Could that be moved to the trench, please? If that's still alive, that is.
Yep. Unfortunately, there wasn't really any room in the trench, so it went into the woods to seek cover. And so it's kind of slowly making its way to the rear.
In that case, send him to the third line of the trench beside behind the just to the empty third line. Yeah. Anyway, these troops need to be a bit more spread out, or we'll just get banged up by the next artillery shot. Aside from that, it's all right. Is my current position enough to get rid of the supply issues?
Yes, there's some ammo crates back here, so you're able to your men are able to resupply.
All right, in that case, I'll just hold. Yeah, and hope this Soviets have run out of artillery by now.
Understood. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Okay, so it looks like the Germans are kind of beaten into some kind of submission where they just kind of want to hold. They're going to obviously let the Soviets take Malinka. They have no intention of defending that. And that's sensible. The problem here is the Soviets really don't have plans to advance beyond Malinka, although the lack of resistance that they're going to face means that their third battalion is probably going to be in good shape. And then they can take the remnants of the second and the third and advance north if they so choose. So even though Achilles was disappointed that he had to commit his third battalion, I think it was, or company, I think it's the battalion. Let me see if I can, well, it's a rifle company. I thought it was a battalion. But he can commit these forces and... yeah, he's got the one company left. That's right. He committed 2 of the 3 companies from the battalion. In any case, he will probably get most of these units into Malinka alive, in which case then he has to decide, do I push north and plow through, or do I hold here? Now, I do think roughly the Soviets could punch through, but the Germans have that last artillery barrage. And that's kind of the wild card here. Once they spin that, then it's a done deal for them. It's just a matter of numbers and time. But if the Soviets walk into the German firing position, which is from Sopa to Hill 118.6 to Ukraine, if they march into that position, which is their likely avenue of advance to their stated objective of Sabalina, then the Germans will drop on them and will hammer them. And that really leaves us in a situation where do the beaten up Soviets have enough combat effective power after being caught up in a barrage to plow through the second German line of defenses? So that's, you know, I mean, there's really no way of knowing. It will depend on a little bit on luck and timing and really how he chooses to go in and attack. Here we see what looks like the 3rd Rifle Company is in a line. Now this is interesting because they were previously engaged down here to the south, and now here they are moving up in the north. And it is possible that the approach of this company could trigger that German artillery response, because they are dangerously close to that pre-positioned target zone, if you will, kill zone. So now we just kind of wait and see if the Germans fire their bolt. Now, of course, if they drop on this formation, they're actually going to miss the bulk of the Soviet forces. There is another option for the Soviets, which Great Gold himself kind of suggested, which is they could go through here instead of through here. And it seems like the Soviets want to go through here on the right, but it's really no way of knowing what they'll finally do. And I think if they go through the right, they're going to face a lot more resistance. Of course, going through here in the middle, they have a situation where now they have German forces on either flank, but they would probably have enough forces to defend their flanks, and it would require the Germans to come out of their trenches. So let's see what happens. Let's go up to the Umpire channel.
Nice. All right. But yeah, 0915, get on with the updates, guys. Keep up the good work. Woohoo.
I wonder if the Germans recovered my body before they retreated.
Yeah.
No, they didn't. They just left it there.
They did. Oh my god. Savage. Cannot believe this.
It happens. It happens to the best of us. I think.
Artillery doesn't care how many push-ups you've done.
In fact, artillery can actually lead to sainthood. Do you know
Can
why?
lead to what?
Sainthood.
It can? In what instance?
Well, it makes you holy.
I see.
That was the screenshot of someone they didn't tell me.
Yeah, go deliver the updates, guys.
Yep. Trying to get my screenshot in.
So, Marshall, any predictions on what's going to happen next? Or is Marshall here? I'm gonna actually check his stream. Okay, looks like Marshall is AFK. I got the
I just got
stream.
back.
Oh, okay. I was just
Go
about
ahead.
to watch the stream on my other monitor. Well, yeah. Do you have any predictions, Marshall, on what's going to happen next?
Well, I think the Soviets are going to take Malinka, and then depending on what's left of their forces, they're either going to strike north towards Sabalina, or they're going to stop. And a lot depends on the German artillery barrage. We've got 15 minutes worth of ammo. Where they drop that artillery, if they drop it on the Soviets are done for the day and the Germans should hold. If they miss or anything goes wrong with that, the Soviets should win the day. So it really comes down to when they're going to commit that last artillery barrage and where it lands, in my opinion.
Yeah, I'm of the same opinion, because I think this battle certainly has shown that artillery is the king of battle, with how impactful some of the misplays, but also successes of the Soviet artillery fire plan were, and especially the German perfectly timed artillery in the defense of Molnica was really instrumental to the German defense.
In fact, if not for that, yeah, the Germans would not have been able to defend at all. And
Yeah,
it would have
very
been it would have been game over
So
for them.
if Hauptmann Christoph Wolf weren't there to call in the artillery, I'm really just giving myself credit here. I died for the fatherland, or whatever they say.
Iritz, what are your Soviet players doing?
They well, here they are just staying in defensive positions. Well, the whole of the southern trenches is, well, basically it's after the fight. Many soldiers are dead or wounded. Only a few soldiers are still able to defend the trench. In the north, they want to move up to maybe contact the enemy.
Understood. I think I'll just I want actual roll for this, but I'll have it so that there's like a firefight going on between, but it's both troops are in trenches, so and
Exactly.
it's nearly 500 meters away, so not really that much potential. Not really. Oh, actually, 3,500 meters away.
It's still pretty far.
It is.
I will say.
Looked like there's about to be a pretty hefty storming here if these companies are moving up to attack.
Yep.
So the Germans seem to have 4 lines of forces. He's really moving in the reserves to attack, like the strongest point on the German line, I think.
Yeah, just as they just as the Soviets planned, probably so did the Germans as well.
I mean, there was a big debate apparently in the Soviet command about going west instead of keeping the offensive to the north, because they started to consider that taking Molnica was enough to achieve their objective of opening up the German lines. I mean, they aren't opened up. They didn't breach the German lines because there are more behind.
Well, they breached the first layer.
Yeah, of course, but there are still 3 layers. So
at least there isn't any barbed wire left. So
we should have barbed wired these positions too.
Yeah.
Actually, did the Soviets have to attack this way, or could they have just gone around?
They could have attacked anywhere else.
Oh.
There's like limited area though, so
Yeah,
like this yellow road on the side here, and then this like swamp lake on the other side.
I just wanted to pull my ultimate move of, haha, I'm attacking, and you just go around.
Yeah,
That's a fox go all the way around.
Yeah, unfortunately, no, that's the sector. Oh my god, who is this guy doing? He can't, if he's actually transported there, like he can't go. There's another whole operation going on there.
You can't keep.
Is it sheephead?
If he moves his troops there, just okay. Vaslama is held by the enemy. And everyone destroyed.
Put a machine gun up there.
He'll be arrested for leaving his area of operations.
Yeah, really like the Call of Duty text shows up. Like return to the fight. You have 10 seconds.
Wolfton, by the way, did the German CRC do anything with this artillery yet?
Nope, not yet. Do you want me to ask him, or?
Oh, I hear a voice from the clouds. Well, I hear silence from the clouds.
I'm here. What's the plan now? It looks like
hasn't changed much.
Mm-hmm.
Except 3rd Battalion is now advancing on Molnica. And we think We think Malnika may have been evacuated, but we're not 100% sure. We're going to find out. We do know that Germans to the east of there did fall back from their positions towards Sabalina. We suspect they'll probably occupy the trenches somewhere around Magista and Hill 118. So we will take Malnika and secure it with the remnants of 2nd Battalion, while 3rd Battalion now will push on towards Magista, towards Sabalina. If that's what happens.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, no.
We got a report that the Germans were pulling back. So.
Mm-hmm. So there you have it.
All right. Well, good luck.
Yeah, yeah. As far as I'm concerned, now, can you see a map of you? Obviously, you can see a map of this, right? If you look at Malnika, it's the crossroads in the center of the zone that this is all being done in, the German zone. It's the primary crossroad there. The trails and the roads that lead out of it. That's why I identify it is as far as I'm concerned, the center of gravity to this entire position. If you take that place, you can go left to the west and cut off everybody that's behind that at Mitkovica and so on. If you go right to Sabalina, you cut off everybody on the east side, or you could continue to go north if you wanted to. So that is the center of gravity. If we're able to take that, then whatever follow-up forces are intended for the overall operation can easily punch through this entire area. So that's why for me that's the critical piece. That was the key as far as I'm concerned. I don't know how they're going to judge it, but as far as I was concerned, that was the key.
So why not stop? Why not just say, okay, we took the crossroads. Why are we pushing through to Sabalina?
Well, we still have a fresh battalion that we can continue to advance. Why not continue to advance, at least until we run into resistance that we can't overcome?
Sabalina is the next crossroads, right?
Yeah.
Achilles. So
Yep.
And we have a fresh battalion, so we get it up there as far as we can, because it forces the Germans to fall back to Sabalina. But if we can hit them on the run and pursue them and get Sabalina, then we've actually gotten the second crossroads.
Yep. So
would that be exceeding your brief?
It would be exceeding my expectation, but not my brief. My brief didn't have a limitation. It also didn't have
get as far as you could.
Yeah,
right? The brief was
exactly.
get as far as you could. It was, and you're not the main effort. The main effort's to the west with First Shock Army going toward Petseri. So get as far as you can. So we're just follow that. So we're following the brief, but we're getting farther than we thought we would.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now the regiment itself will be in recovery for several months after this, but
yeah, right.
All right.
But there are more where that came from.
Well, as long as there's more.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
All right, we are into.
Hello, Captain.
Hello.
Where are you going?
Me? I'm not. I actually haven't been going anywhere for the past hour.
Let's see. What's your position?
I am currently holding the trench lines. Yeah, I'm currently holding the southern edge of the first trench line that we got.
Oh, boy. Well, all right. No action, huh?
No, it's all up north. My company did its job. It's quite exhausted, so it's now resting and waiting. I have full confidence in the rest of the comrades to get this done.
All right. Well, good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, here we are with another group of gallant heroes. And where are you guys going?
Away.
We've had enough of running on to prepare German positions, so we're trying to find an alternative.
We commencing flanking maneuver.
Yes.
Are you going to end up going outside your assigned area of operations?
Well,
Not
since
yet.
Our commanding officer told us that we have no specific assigned, directions. So I suppose the
Took
world is our
initiative.
oyster.
Took initiative in our hands and decided to outflank the enemy.
Yeah, we've decided.
You see, I did get a dispatch from my commander telling me what he wanted me to do, which is just reorganize in Molnica. But, that dispatch arrived after I'd already given the orders to go away. So I'm just going to say that I couldn't read the handwriting on that one.
To accuse my fellow comrade, I also note to the press that Molnica burning to the ground. Technically
Yeah, exactly,
not possible.
exactly. So it's not my fault, really.
Well,
All right,
I hope you guys are right, because if you're wrong...
Gulag,
boy.
yeah.
Yep.
Well, we're already kind of dead anyway, so
Yeah.
nothing.
I mean,
worse.
our combined commands are like maybe two platoons.
The counter-strength company strong.
All right, looks like you have an umpire here. Lawrence?
So yeah, you approach Ukraine, and as you approach Ukraine, you can see Soviet troops that are unknown from your formation, and what looks like the Umpire, the officer of that formation, tells you that you are getting out of your area of operations, and and he's forbidding you from advancing further away because you will.
Who is
you
this?
you will hamper the operation.
Is this an officer on the ground? Shootable.
I mean, you can see they are in a fight to the north with the Germans.
Yeah, okay, I see what you want us to do. Okay.
I would say it's really dangerous.
Oh.
Do we want to try the same thing, but just try and stick within
Along the
our
back.
area of operations, even if that means we'll be exposed?
I mean, I guess the elevation would cover us from most of the German fire. We will.
Although I've heard that apparently this elevation is only like 5 meters high.
Please, sheephead, stop ruining the fun. How about we just we just ignore that, and if we get
I'll let you
horribly
go.
killed, we will blame the umpires as usual.
All right. So then let's do that then.
Yeah. Okay, we will.
All right. And why don't at the very least we'll send a few guys ahead so that if there are Germans waiting for us, we will know ahead of time and won't just walk into a kill zone.
Good idea, however, if it will happen that they will get fired, they will be stuck, and we cannot assault, really. Because of bodies.
I mean,
No.
we don't go into the marsh, but west of it, basically along the village of
Yeah,
Ukraine. Ukraine, we will.
Yeah. So, yeah, I guess those would be our orders, and we will send. You can't really call them platoons anymore, but one of the platoons that has like 3 guys left, we'll send them ahead to act as the bait, so we don't walk into an ambush.
Yeah.
I would say scouts.
I still remember the days of Kriegsspiel when one could just walk around the edge of the map. Those were the Wild West good times. Now I cannot even go over a stream.
I mean, you can, but it's World War II. It's not Napoleonic times. You're entering. If you leave your area, you're entering other units' operational areas.
And
what are your orders?
Okay, we'll go west along the west bank of this river here, along the village of Ukraine, and use the elevation as cover from most of the Germans. And yeah,
I will ensure while we're doing this that we send we'll send like a few people, I don't know, like 5 dudes, a good bit ahead of the rest of the force, and their job is to basically figure out where the Germans are so we don't get between the Germans and the marshes and end up in a kill zone.
Yeah, so they get shot ahead of us. Basically.
Yeah, so we'll have a few people who will get shot ahead of everyone else.
Sure, alright. I'll make sure of them being shot first.
They're doing it for the motherland.
Exactly.
I mean, they're not gonna. It's just the scouts. Their mission to scout ahead and return back.
Yes, if they get shot, that's not part of the mission. You know, they're failing.
Yeah, if
And
they
then
get
deserve
shot,
to
then
get
they
shot
failed the
anyway.
motherland, and then they deserve it.
They just need to throw smokes and return back.
Yeah, just
Let it be known to all soldiers that anybody who dares die on me will be executed for treason.
they were not authorized to get shot.
Yeah.
Okay, so you got your report and were able to give orders, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Perfect.
Yeah, so we've spent the battle so far basically running into German fortifications without much in the way of, like, support. We had some artillery barrages come in, but they weren't super effective. One of them may have caused a good deal of friendly fire, though I'm not sure if that was our own or if that was a German. Yeah, and we didn't have a bunch of the, I'm not sure if you call it heavy, but like we were supposed to have infantry support guns as well, which, at least where I was, we didn't have. So, yeah, hence why our commands look so very, very small now.
Well, was that part of your orders to get artillery on top of you?
Oh yeah, of course.
Well, I
mean,
suppose if you can waste the enemy's ammunition on such a pathetic host as this, then
I will just ensure that no cover German positions ahead of our glorious 3rd Battalion.
yes, we are just magnets for the enemy's bullets.
All right. Well, good luck, gentlemen.
Thank you.
All right.
Chipovsky and Oktyabrski, some of your company commanders have attempted to go to Vaslama, which is to your northeast and is under control of a neighboring rifle division. And this is a clear offense to army discipline and to the battle plan of the Stavka. And they basically have accused your men of insubordination. Do you have any response to this?
It's to the east or the right on the map. It's
Yeah.
look at the water feature and then go right. It's Vaslamaz there. So they tried to go around the water feature.
What are they doing over there?
I don't know, but do you have any response? Do you wish to go to these commanders? Yes, to your Chipovsky and Oktyabrski yourself?
Yeah,
or
tell them to
anything?
get there. Tell them to get back to where we are, or they will be arrested and shot, and I'll shoot them myself. What in the world are they doing over there?
Understood.
Who? I mean, okay. What companies are they?
The Shipovsky is the 4th rifle company, and I don't know the other.
The 2nd Battalion.
It was Shipovsky's 2nd Battalion, but he's down to like 1 platoon, so he's tried to take his platoon on a flanking maneuver.
What in the hell? I don't even understand. They should be. They should be moving into Molnica.
He's been given 3 orders on moving to Molnica, or on staying in that location, letting 3rd go through, then moving to Molnica. So he's
yeah,
he's off the reservation. So
he's clearly
in this case, literally went off the reservation.
What are you going to do about it?
I'm going to have him arrested. That's what I'm going to do about it. He's going to be relieved of command, and I will have him shot.
Yeah.
You can't. I mean, you cannot do that. You absolutely cannot do that. That's, he's outside the. Not only is he outside our regimental boundary, he's outside the division's boundary. I mean, and he's not where we need him to be at the moment. And where we need him to be is moving into Molnica with whatever he has left of his force and just securing that crossroad so that 3rd Battalion can do its job. So yeah, you can't do that. Absolutely.
Oh, there he goes. Our commander spitting fire heads to the Vaslame area to with his Makarov out. All right. Looks like we'll get a chance to take in the attack. And we'll let him
Hey Marshall, are you doing anything right now?
No.
Alright, there's something dramatic happening. Basically, the 2 Soviet commanders, company commanders, have attempted to, well, they have been caught by a neighboring unit, a neighboring division to the east.
Yeah, I saw that.
Trying to not follow the battle plan. So now they've been called personally to the, by the regimental commander to report to the regimental commander at once, or they will be shot. So
good, let's hear it.
If you, yep, I shall move you there in a moment. You're going to be in a private meeting with 2 of your subordinates in just a moment.
Oh, good.
All right, and I shall move them here. All right, it is 09:45. 2 of the company commanders of the 130th Rifle Regiment were caught trying to interrupt the operations of a neighboring regiment near the region of Vaslama, and were promptly called to meet their own superior regiment commander, who is located currently east of Molnica, advancing with the rest of the rifle regiment.
Yeah, that was our bad.
Yeah, I think. You guys, not only are you outside the regimental boundary, you're also outside the division's boundary, and with whatever forces you had with you, you're not where I actually need you to be. There's no part of the plan that had you going that direction. So, as a result, you will both be held under arrest pending court-martial. You are both relieved of command, and that's it.
Yes, sir. So it should be pointed out that there are currently a number of platoons out there that, I mean, I think there are 2 people in them each. But, so what's going to happen with them now?
They're going to be sent to Molnica, which is where you should be right now. That's whatever you had, and I don't care what it was. I don't care if you have 1 guy and he's only got 1 leg. You were supposed to be in Molnica. So that group has been sent multiple dispatches by the second in command to tell you to go to Molnica. Molnica has been evacuated by the enemy. The only thing you had to do was go into that town and stay there. Recover your force while 3rd Battalion moves on to the next assault. But you weren't there. You weren't where you're supposed to be.
I did receive straight orders from my commissar, who ordered me to attack Magiste by a flanking maneuver, which appears to be an area of operation of different division, and instead my last orders were to use ground elevation and to sneak between the swamps
and
to attack them.
From whom did you receive those orders?
Commissar Great Goldovich, my battalion commander.
And then you should have received 3 different sets of orders from Major Fandioski sending you to Malonika. At no part
I'm in
in
the
any
first
part of this,
battalion.
at no part of this plan had you going anywhere near Sabalina. You're in second battalion.
I didn't receive any dispatch because I'm from a first battalion and I have different battalion.
You're from first battalion. Well, the first
Yes.
battalion should never have left the breach area. You were supposed to secure the breach area. You first.
I
Are you
get
first
orders
battalion?
from all local commanders. I could not do anything part of that. Yes,
Somehow
I'm a
you
first one.
somehow you managed to pass. Okay, take your unit, whatever it is, and go to Molonika
Okay.
now.
Yes. Yes, sir. I'm Paris. I'm moving to my man and moving to Molinka.
Yes, go to whatever channel you're supposed to be in and give your orders.
Yes.
Shipovsky,
Yes.
you are just going to follow me around until I decide to shoot you.
That is the impression I got, yes.
Yes. So you just stay with me until I decide to end you.
Yes, sir.
Very good. Thank you very much. This
Can I at least
meeting-
request that when I get sent to a gulag, it's one of the cool ones?
You're never going to see a gulag, partner.
All right. Fair enough.
All right. I'm moving back to Red 1. We're done here.
We'll overlap with them, and we'll attack as well. And then back and try to from the southeast east.
I think tomorrow on the podcast we need to do a court-martial.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Oh. Roger that. All right. Thank you all.
Followed
My
by the
defense is-
execution.
Followed by the execution, yes. Oh, couldn't we start with the execution and then do the court martial?
and then,
It's much
and then have it
easier.
documented. And then document it.
That's the
Yeah,
cool thing
exactly.
about playing the Soviet Union, isn't it?
That's right. We could do the execution first, and then post date the documents.
There you go.
I mean, in my defense, I had given the order before the dispatch from Lafondioski arrived, and after that point, yeah, I'll take the blame. I should have in the next turn just said, turn around and go do the other thing, but at that point we were kind of already halfway through, so yeah, my bad. But
so not
yeah,
only do you confess to your crime, to your treason.
Oh yeah.
But you also try to put the blame on the honorable second in command for your treason.
Oh no, I put the blame entirely on the gods for delivering the honorable second in command's dispatch too late.
Oh, so
We are
it's even worse.
We're modern Soviet men. We have no gods.
That's right.
Oh right, sorry. Yeah, no.
So basically, you hit rock bottom, and then you found a shovel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, I'm
that's
hoping
nice.
I'm hoping that lightning is going. I'm hoping that the gods are going to smite me before Achilles has a chance to shoot me in the head.
Oh no, we're definitely yeah.
Buddy, I'm not gonna start with your head.
Oh goodness.
I got at least 9 rounds in this magazine. I'm gonna start lower than that and just work my way up.
So they did go to those trenches in Magista, and we're taking fires. I don't know if you've been tracking that. So we're at coming up on that trench now, and the guys gave the order to assault that trench line.
Perfect. So they were taking fire. That means the Germans are there.
The Germans are there, yeah. We
Excellent.
fired the
So-
smoke rounds in, and we're going in for the attack.
Perfect. Did they have any inkling of the size of the enemy force there?
They didn't say.
Okay. Nobody ever does.
There's a
No.
there's a small contingent in Molnika, kind of survivors, but it's just it looks like a squad.
Okay.
And my our fourth commander, has confirmed he's going to Monika, so he'll root them out.
Okay. I sent
Sorry, 6. Yeah.
one of our two Maverick company commanders is actually one of Great Gold's, is one of his company commanders. I sent him to Molnica also.
Right.
I am curious, why did you call the two of us only? Like legitimately curious.
You're the only two that they told me about. I don't know of anybody else that's over there that's not supposed to be.
Okay.
Yeah. Everybody else, 3rd Battalion is heading in that direction, but they're not going off the map.
Now you're trying to accuse your commander-in-chief of being sloppy in his investigation?
Oh yeah, that's exactly what I was doing.
Unbelievable.
Can I get some kind of plea bargain if I rat other people out in exchange for my life?
Hold out your right foot.
Yeah.
Boom. Okay.
All right. Well,
all I can say, comrade, is you'd better not ever commit a crime in real life, because the cops are going to have an easy day, man.
You would confess to the Kennedy assassination. Are you kidding?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, I blew up the Hindenburg. I'm so sorry.
All right.
Do you want a lawyer? No, I don't need a lawyer.
No, yeah, I'm good.
I'll
Take my statement. You can just take my statement now.
Yeah.
Why should I need a lawyer? Yeah, exactly. I know that what I did is fine. Why should I need a lawyer?
That's right.
Unfortunately, the law does not allow me to sentence you to more than an infinite number of life sentences running concurrently.
Unfortunately, the law will not allow me to execute you multiple times.
Yes. I regret that that you have only one life to give to justice.
All right.
Well, we've made the initial breach. We've taken Molnica, and we are pushing to Sabalina. So we have, even if we don't get to Sabalina, we've already exceeded where I thought or intended to go from start. So,
So like a 5 kilometer hole in the German line.
there you go. I like the way he does math. We've made a 5 kilometer hole in the enemy line
with a key crossroad in the middle of it. Yeah.
Yep. If the division can't follow through that, then they need to be going to the gulag.
They need to be going to Vasleme.
Well, I think that a 10-kilometer hole in the enemy line is pretty reasonable for a unit like yours, a division like yours. I mean, to punch a 15-kilometer.
We're not even a division. We're only a regiment.
Yeah, a 20-kilometer hole punched by a single regiment is
wow,
pretty.
It keeps getting bigger.
Yeah, it's pretty spectacular.
We started with 5. Marshall then went to 10. Now it's 20. Pretty soon, Marshall's going to have us in the outskirts of Berlin.
Yeah.
Oh,
absolutely.
man.
Well, I'm just here to write for the papers. The people are hungry for good news back home, and we want to make sure that they hear it.
Well, we have you can write about multiple heroes of the motherland here.
Mm-hmm.
These names, which will be spoken every day. When what is this? St. Crispin's Day.
Yeah, right. What's always interesting about this is how this happened thousands of times in this theater in this period of time. And actually, there is no St. Crispin's Day for this exact thing happened over and over and over again, and it's just kind of lost to history. And the next division came through, and that's always what's kind of interesting to me about these games.
Names that shall become familiar in their mouths, like Major Lafandiowski, Colonel Nevsky, and the great arch traitor, Comrade Chipowski.
Well, at least we know there are friendly units in Veslame, so we're not getting to have that.
Yeah, that's good news.
All right, good luck, guys. We'll connect again in a little bit.
All right.
Right.
All right, Dog Pilot. What's the scoop now?
Yeah. We are getting hit by the Asiatic hordes.
Yeah, it's not looking so hot, huh?
Plenty of people are going to get PTSD by the time this day is over. All in all, I'm having fun watching people die.
Well, good. I mean, what else can you do in a situation like this?
Yeah, least sociopathic, nasty officer.
Here's Wolfton. Oh, he popped out.
Yeah.
I think
He saw the amount of...
You're going to hear a briefing here in a minute, I think.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, he saw the amount of dead bodies and was like, nope.
All right, well, good luck.
Yeah.
There's Dave. Hey, Dave.
Hi, sorry, I didn't realise we were doing this today. I thought we were doing tomorrow's game at the ACDC. I got my days mixed up.
Oh, well. You sound like some Russian commanders who we just caught outside their approved
I heard
operations, and well,
I would not I would not want to let Achilles down from the dressing down that he gave those captains of his.
Yeah. Well, Achilles is the nice one. I'm the mean one.
Of course.
He's the good cop. I'm the bad cop.
Totally.
I just take you out and have you shot, and then we worry about the paperwork later.
That's it. And take your wife out to dinner as well afterwards. Just to rub your face in it.
Oh, absolutely. We did go out to dinner last night. In fact, it was a nice dinner. To a nice little Mexican place, and I had the best shrimp burrito, if you will. No beans, but
shrimp burrito. That's living on the wild side. That one.
That's just actually crazy good. Yeah, I don't like beans, and to me, beans just get in the way anyway. So no beans, but it was great, and it was packed with shrimp. It wasn't like three or four. Good. It was all kinds of shrimp in every bite.
So
did it right.
what's your bets on? Because Achilles was saying he was trying to aim all the way up to Sabalina. Do you think he's got enough grease in the wheels to do it? Because it looks like he's suffering quite a lot of disruption with his front forward units. He's only got one more slight push in him, I would have thought.
I think he does, but a lot depends on how the Germans allocate their final artillery barrage. If they can drop that barrage on the greater number of his forces, then the Germans may hold at their second or third line here. However, according to Achilles, he's already achieved his victory. So at this point, everything he's trying to do is just great.
It's just a bonus.
Yeah.
By the way, Marshall and Dave, have you interviewed the new commander Casualty yet?
No, who died?
All right, so Commissar Great Goldovich has just in the last 15 minutes, if you look where I'm pointing on the map,
yes,
this line, has led. I'm not sure if he had already been wounded previously in the first clearing of the first line of German trenches, but he has now met his fate as he was shot by a stray bullet as he was attacking with troops towards the French trench line. I'll now move you to another channel if you wish to.
Very well.
converse.
Yep. Let's do it. Ah, welcome to heaven, or is it hell, comrade?
It's heaven for me, that's for sure.
It's
I
heaven,
have
huh?
gave my life in the name of the Soviet Union.
Well, that's probably for the best, because your subordinates were trying really hard to throw you under the bus.
Yeah, I told them to do that. I figured that if, since they were the ones called, that if they were taken, then I could lead the assault, and when they came back and to get me, inevitably, then they could continue to lead the attack, and we could continue ignoring our commanding officer.
Wow.
It was just like a, sort of like a tag team, so to speak, of getting talked down.
Wow.
And I suppose I didn't get to make it before my commanding officer, which is probably for the best. I died for the Union. I died for Comrade Stalin, and I hope I will be remembered as a hero in this battle.
Yeah, but really, the real question is, couldn't you have done more? Let's be honest.
What else could have I done, please?
More. You could
More?
have done more for Comrade
We
Stalin.
tried to do more.
You
but
nearly died for him.
The dastardly umpires were thwarting us at every turn.
Great Gold, were you perchance in the artillery barrage at the barbed wire?
No, I wasn't.
Oh, okay.
I was the first wave that came in after the barrage.
Oh, you were fighting in the trench, yeah. That's right.
Yeah, I was fighting from the start. My own command was killed like hours ago. I've just been running around and taking other people's stuff and fighting with it.
Speaking of waves, though, it does look like there is a bit of a human wave going.
I mean,
Yeah, a lot's going to depend on that German barrage. And I don't know where it's going to land. It was supposedly targeted between Tapa and Ukraine.
They're firing it at us?
Yeah, whatever remains of you is about to blow up.
It was kind of pre-registered, but now I think they've moved it to their own trench line, and I don't know where it's going to land exactly. If it lands on the bulk of the Soviet troops, then the Soviet attack is done. If it misses and hits something or somewhere else, then I think the Soviets can hold out and push on through.
Do you think the Soviets have done enough so far, Marshal?
Yeah, I think your commanders have attempted to do enough, but their subordinates have betrayed them at every step.
Oh, I think that's exactly the other way around. I think that Malinovka or whatever, not Malinova, what is it, this place called? Molnica is not far enough, in my opinion. But because we can see it like right in front of us that there's still German trench systems running all the way up to God knows where. So have we broken through? No, we've forced the Germans to fall back to a third and a second line. So I don't know. Claiming that this is a breakthrough, I think, is kind of a like classic Soviet completion of plans. Paper it exists, but in reality, not so much. And that's what we foolish sub-commanders try to rectify by going off on more special operations, so to speak.
Yeah, special desertion operations.
Not desertion. We didn't leave the field. We were going forward to fight. They were asking us to not fight.
Well, you definitely went AWOL.
Yeah, we definitely did it. But I mean, actually, I told our commander that I was going to have first company come forward in the attack, and he agreed with that. So, and I haven't received any different orders since then. Now, he might think that I've thought about it differently later, but I certainly didn't get no memo as to that fact.
Well, just because you didn't receive it doesn't mean it wasn't sent.
That's probably that's true. But I mean, usually the ignorance of facts does excuse some crimes, and I hope this is one of those. I only really realized once, my subordinates were being called in for like a quasi court martial.
Oh, I don't think they were.
But I would like to say that I wasn't called to that. I wasn't called. So technically, the commander doesn't think I've disobeyed anything, does he? Otherwise, he would have called me, no?
Well, that's it.
Here's the thing, though. Is it wise to, call the commanders off the line just because you're upset with them, or would you just allow them to carry on?
If they're doing smart things, I just let them do it.
Yeah, it depends on what they're doing. If they're leading men out of your assigned area of operations, you have a duty to reel them in, whatever it takes.
Yeah.
Otherwise, So it
we
depends.
We didn't know that was our assigned area of operations. Once we knew, we immediately turned around and.
Was it your job to know?
Well, it isn't our job to know anything. Our job is to fight.
Okay, then why were you presuming to act like you knew by just wandering around? If you didn't know, you should have just stuck to your orders, because why? You don't know.
Our orders contained no fighting, you see.
Yeah.
We're trying to fight.
See, here you are. You admit that you don't know, and yet you were making moves as if you knew.
Well, I do know some things, I suppose.
Well, if you did know something, you would have known that was an area that you weren't supposed to tread into, and you would have stayed away, but you didn't. So
yes, indeed, I would have stayed away if I knew.
So I don't know. Either way, you're toast, because it was a question where there's no answer you could give that was gonna pass. So
I would also like to say that while he might be the commander-in-chief of this operation, he's not the commander-in-chief of the Soviet forces. And I think I acted in accordance with the commander-in-chiefs of the entire Soviet army's wishes.
Yeah.
You were acting on behest of Stalin directly, is what you're saying?
Yes, I have the spirit of Stalin.
Oh my God.
So, am I really the traitor here? I don't think so.
Now I really do understand why they tell criminals they have the right to remain silent. Like, okay, all right, this is a good life lesson here. Just keep your mouth shut.
I'm gonna have a statue to me. I don't know what you mean.
Yeah.
Don't be kidding yourself. You're just a cog.
All right, I'm looking at the German artillery situation, and it looks to me like
they're out of ammo.
Yeah, and this is ultimately a moderate to major victory for the Soviets, because I think they do have enough force left over to punch through the Germans. I think they do have enough grease in the gears, if you will, to do it.
You reckon?
I think so, yeah. Those German units are pretty small, and they're pretty disrupted, and they're not in the best shape either. Yeah, they're in trenches and all that, but ultimately, there's no reinforcements coming from their west. If those units in the west were to try to reinforce, they could create some headaches for the Russians, but I don't think they could stop them. See, the Russians, they have, here's just the 6th Rifle Company. And that should get the 2nd Jaeger Company out shooting at them or attacking them, but I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, I think this is going to be a Soviet victory now. The artillery did hit some Soviet troops, but it did not hit the main body of them. So, I think
Other
the
goals.
Soviets have the. I think it's a numbers game at this point. The Soviets will win it. But who knows? Who knows how the dice will fall?
Yeah, it's still waiting for Steiner's counterattack.
Yeah, it's right around the corner. I've heard.
Yeah.
No, you got to hold out.
Hey, Otovsky.
Hey.
How are things going?
How are things going? How currently they?
It really looks like a number game at this point. It's just exchanging pieces, right?
Yeah, I'm interested to see to what caliber the losses are going to be here at the end. Won't last for long. Muffin,
I must inform you that my whole command is now destroyed. Basically, there is one platoon out of the entire battalion still being able to fight.
We really need to make sure we get sorted out that giant co-location, because I've tried to sort it out last turn, but they are still. I don't know. I think they moved themselves back together, but they shouldn't be talking to each other.
Yeah, some of them are new. We can have that with the.
I'll talk to them now and sort that out.
Yeah. First, can you tell me what are the orders of these guys?
They wanted to flank around to the west of Savi.
Okay.
In the woods.
All right.
I think they try to move sneakily, but I mean.
Yeah. You can go talk to the guys. I'll resolve.
By the way, where is China?
I do not know. Well, there was one of the. This was one of the disadvantages of the German defensive line at this point, is that they have this big gap in this forest, so it's no surprise the Soviets are exploiting it. Because it's a bit difficult to move a whole company through this area without anyone spotting them, so.
Hans, I have a question for you.
Yeah?
You did not by any chance move some of the Soviet units in that great commander stack back together?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Just making sure, because they should be able to talk to each other, and I think I moved 2 of them out of the channel and they moved themselves back. So.
Oh, yeah, no, I haven't touched that.
No, I didn't. I thought you didn't. I thought they made it themselves, but I just wanted to make sure. all good, all good.
Freiman, 9th Company is starting to get further away from the others. You might have to be trying to have to turn his channel by himself.
Yeah, 9th needs to have a channel by himself. 1st has to have a channel by himself.
Oh, never mind.
8th has to have a channel by himself.
If they're near the front line with their troops, definitely, then they need to be alone.
I'll move them as I see him now. So, oh, you already did. Who else needs? 8th also needs to be alone. I think that's 2IC, CIC, Shipovsky, and 7th. Yeah, those are the only ones co-located now. So, that's fine. I just told him it's all good. Just wanted to make sure. So, Do we have a commander die?
I'll get it. There we go.
I'll need to roll for this commander. Or these two here. Just some. Oh, actually one of them gets wounded.
Yeah, or if it's 1 second, I need to check on the because the commander dice was changed a bit in the document, but I haven't updated it in the game, so I'm just looking through the document real quick. Okay, it's only wounded if it's a high danger, so it's not really. It's not
okay.
like the episode was, so he's fine. But yeah, what is this? These dice here.
Those were the infantry support guns firing. Are they not like? They are light dice, right? Yeah.
Yeah, well, these guys are being moved in front of them, so I
No, that makes sense. Let's move them to the side somewhere here and here.
Yeah.
They can fire next turn then.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know how you.
Yeah, are they firing yet or no?
I fired them. This
Okay.
turn.
All right, nice.
They've done some suppression. Oh, these are getting battered here by some entrenched forces. Okay.
Yep, I decided that they can't be that.
Okay, that's fair. I mean, they'd probably have some patrols out and whatnot.
Yep. Is everyone ready for next turn?
Yeah, I think we've cleared up the co-location.
Excellent.
Should I take that over?
Yeah, sure. Yeah,
Hans, because I only have one other co-location. So, if you can keep the large co-location with La Fondios and the CIC Achilles, should I take them over because I only have one other co-location I have to give an update to?
That's fine.
As long as you continue to give the screenshots for all the other guys.
Yep, guys, 10:30.
It is 10:30. Yep.
We're almost there.
The commentators are real quiet.
I was actually thinking about dragging Marshall into the German chat for a bit.
Yeah, I'm here. We're just kind of listening. It's just, I think it's just become a numbers game at this point.
Yeah, well, numbers decide battles.
Yep, they do. But I don't think there's any more decisions for the players to make, really. The Germans are just going to try to hold. The Soviets are just going to attack. And again, there's no more decisions, really, for the players.
Well, I was thinking that last time, but then the two Soviet companies decided to go to the west and try to flank, so I think there's still quite a lot that can be done.
Yeah. Well, if anything, they're just going to get themselves killed, poking the German hornet's nest there. So we'll see, but ultimately, at the end of the day, it's how many men, how much ammo, and a little bit of luck. And I think the Soviets have it, but I could be wrong. They've still got a whole company that's in really good shape. The Germans need to bring that unit from the west over as quickly as they can. They're probably coming to reinforce that trench network south of Silasova, which won't do so much for them unless they're going to counterattack. And I don't know if they have a counterattack mindset.
Let's go down and find out.
Yep, let's do it. Let's see here. We're going to go here. Hello, gentlemen.
Do you want to? Who is it?
So, do you have any orders or
Stand fast.
stand fast?
Everyone, the men will stand fast. I'm personally running off the field
Oh, of course.
and getting to safety. Could I get like something like a stolen vehicle or like a stolen horse to run away as fast as possible?
You can steal a horse from the wounded supply cart.
Oh yeah, I'll steal a horse from that and.
Oh, well, I think I got my answer. The German commander is talking about running away. He's trying to steal a horse or a car. Well, there's his mindset. That's all we needed to know, and he was already talking about it. We didn't even have to ask.
No, certainly not. I wonder if his men will see him going and then decide to call it quits themselves.
Well, I would if my commander.
Yeah, you saw your captain running away.
You know, it's kind of like, well, all right, man. Oh, man.
I renamed the old commentator booth channel into the Dead Men channel since.
Yeah.
That's what that's what they seem to.
Yeah, I'll clean it up afterwards and delete it. It's a single-use channel for this event. That's great. This has been a good battle. It's been interesting. The Germans had one good turn where they dropped that artillery on the Soviets, but otherwise the Soviets mostly it went according to their plan. The question is, was the Soviet plan sufficient to satisfy the scenario? Did they go far enough? Is Sabalina far enough? Can they get to Sabalina? Their original plan was really, we'll be satisfied with Malinka, but we'll take Sabalina if we can, but it's not necessary for us to take Sabalina. And I wonder what the High Command would say about that, if they would agree or if they feel that they were not fulfilling their potential. And yeah, that Soviet Union there, which one is that that's getting just cut to pieces? Who is that? That's James.
Red 7.
Oh dear.
That's James. Let's go see
Oh,
James.
Yeah.
He's getting chopped up. Hello,
All right.
Captain. Captain James, how's it going, man?
James, I'd like your orders, please.
Yeah, for me, disengage from the fight to the west and try to continue north.
Well, remember, the enemy gets a say, buddy.
Yep.
The enemy gets a say. You say, I want to disengage, but the enemy gets to say something about that. Oh, man.
All right, thank you.
I think your decision appeared tactically sound with what you knew, but I don't think you planned on running into a hornet's nest of mostly intact German formations.
Au contraire, that's where I expect the Germans to be. I'm trying to help 3rd Battalion by hitting the Germans on the flank.
Yeah, well, looks like, yeah. Oh boy. I wonder if you survive this. And if you do, what happens to you?
I expect to take Afondias.
Yeah.
think J-Rock already lost the leg. It's amazing. So he got caught, we both got caught in heavy artillery.
Yeah, the Germans had one good drop of artillery that just clobbered you guys, and that was really their only major success of the battle. Of course, you've handed them their second success of the battle, but it's a minor success. But otherwise, things have gone pretty much according to the Soviet plan, and I think the weight of numbers is in the it favors the Soviets. But we'll see. We'll see how Otto rules on this one. That's a tough break for you guys, man. What you were trying to do was sensible. But they were just sitting there waiting for you. What do you think, Dave?
I think if Otto allows this German counterattack that looks like it's mounting from the rough ground on the west to go ahead, we could see a surprise. The Soviets are quite depleted.
Yeah.
But it may be, as you say, a little bit too late in the day to do much about it. The captain looks like he's leaving the field.
Yeah.
So I'd probably say it's a good time to call it. And
yeah, at this point it gets reducto ad absurdum.
Yeah.
You know. Okay. So.
Yeah, you're just killing men for the sake of it.
Yeah. So. That's it. Oh man. Yeah, I've kind of run out of things to say at this point. It's just a matter of running out the clock, and Otto is in charge of that clock, so he'll call it when he's satisfied.
Yeah.
And
I'm wondering, going back to when I kind of joined in the chat, we had Achilles saying that there should have been a squad on the left over near Molnica, was it? I wonder what I wonder how actually that would have changed things had they have been there and carried on. And because that means James might have been able to carry on punching north. So
well, he would have had support. He could have had support coming up from Malinka if it had been coordinated. Of course, that assumes that the right and the left hand know what each other's doing and they coordinate. So that may be a bit optimistic. I don't know if Achilles knew what James was doing here in the West and if Achilles signed off on that or not. If he did, then he would have been able to say, hey, those reserve forces in Malinka support James as he goes. If James did this on his own without Achilles really knowing about it, then no, there would not have been any coordination and it would have been the same outcome. But yeah, you had, 3 commanders who decided to independently go right when they were supposed to go left. And, well, there you go. Now you have 3 dead Soviet commanders.
Yeah.
So. And, they could have been in a position to aid a 4th one who was quite loyal. So, that's rough stuff.
Certainly is. But, anything can happen in Kriegsspiel, eh?
Right. Well, this is, maybe something we have to talk about tomorrow. How do you get your players to be loyal, to work together, What is their
If
area
Achilles can't
of?
manage it, then there's no hope for the rest of us.
Because there is an answer, there is a solution to this problem, and I know what it is, and I believe he knows what it is too, which is, as a commander, you express intent. You say, you know, this is what we're trying to do, and as a subordinate, you have to ask yourself, is what I'm doing within the confines of my commander's intent? And if so, then you can reasonably take the initiative and act as long as you're within those boundaries. But like, see, Great Gold and his two subordinates were literally going over the boundaries. Now, they didn't know what those boundaries were, and that should have discouraged them from even making the attempt in the first place.
Excuse me, Marshal, I have an update to give.
Yes,
to
go ahead.
James, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, okay. You try to pull out your men to the east, northeast, away from the Germans when two more German platoons arrive from the north, pressuring you heavily. You get separated from 5th Company, who move kind of more southeasterlish, and a lot of your units are hit heavily, and you can see the remnants of multiple platoons being taken prisoner by the Germans, with 5th Company basically being completely routed off the field. Your impact on the Germans is very limited, though you inflict some casualties. You've now arrived at the trench line south of Megiste, where you can see to your east a great deal of confusion going on as officers and NCOs try to reorganize everything, trying to get the men back in fighting conditions. And you can also see a trench line up ahead north of Savvy, which is currently under fire by Soviet infantry support guns. I'll be back for orders in a minute.
Well, James, it looks like you escaped with your life. What are you going to do now?
I don't think there's much else I can do. I'm just going to fall back and.
Yeah.
There's nothing more for me and my company to do today.
Yeah. So you're going to retreat in the face of the enemy. Okay, let me make a note in my log for the court-martial.
Mm-hmm.
Aw. Poor James. Well, at least you weren't the German commander who it's his very first Kriegsspiel game ever, and he just opened up the game just being absolutely clobbered by your initial artillery barrage.
Oh, that stinks.
Yeah.
Wrong part of the line at the wrong time.
Yep. So, oh, that's brutal. All right, I'm gonna head back up to the Umpire room.
Sure.
See you.
All right.
Not much happening yet, so I'm still waiting for the assistant umpires.
Yeah, well, it looks like the Germans are gonna have they're gonna punish the Soviets a little on the left flank. I don't know if it's enough, but I would think maybe the Soviets say, "All right, that's enough for one day."
Yeah.
and they're probably going to be content to hold their wins. So do they take
Hans,
Savelina? Maybe not, but...
What are the Soviet orders?
Okay, so these 3 units are assaulting the trenches over here. The MG is firing, so it's staying put or keeping the fire. Also for 7 Company, these guys are advancing and attacking the trench. They're not assaulting it, they're opening fire on it.
We got a mortar round coming in.
Okay.
On the disorganized LMG. This guy.
I won't roll for these guys, I think, because it's such a great distance away, and how both of them are in trenches. So I don't think it's really effective in the grand scheme of things. Oh yeah, infantry spot guns.
Much pew pewing.
Weren't they suppressed twice last turn already?
They were. I think they were like 1, and I.
But they had been suppressed. No. I think they haven't. I'm pretty sure I had applied another suppression last turn, so they should be at this now and should take a hit now. I'm pretty sure.
Oh yeah, they had 1 yellow last turn, so I removed it for the next turn. So
but they just gained that last turn.
Yeah, but if it's not again, then it goes away. So.
But they gained suppression 3 turns in a row now.
Well, I'm looking at the screenshot right now, so.
Oh, okay. It will be fine. That
yeah.
Matter.
So
that much, it's fine. Whatever.
These guys and these guys are assaulting. Yes, well, that is what you said earlier. So.
Yeah.
I only added this now also. Can you, Muffin, resolve the German and I'll resolve the Soviet?
Oh, I was just about to resolve this counter.
Oh, okay, okay, yeah, do that.
If and don't forget the mortar round that's coming in.
Have it be a really big disadvantage for the Soviets, because it's definitely just have it be disadvantage too.
But should the Soviets be defenders and the Germans attackers? Is that how you would do that?
Yeah, that's how you would do it. Yeah. But have the Soviets be disadvantaged too.
Well, I'll roll 1 die for all the mortars because they are disadvantaged and are just mortars. So
just like let's not roll anything for the mortars. They just came here, so they're like, oh, these mortars. Yeah, you can.
Yeah, I'll roll 1 die for all of them.
Yeah, how you're doing that is perfect.
It's also attack from the wood line into the open. I don't know how that affects things, but.
Well, I think it's just these guys are absolutely exhausted and disorganized while these guys have got the momentum going. So yeah. Counterattacks are pretty powerful in real life.
This guy is caught here. This guy doesn't get us. Okay. Why do the mortars get larger when they lose hit points? That's not how it's supposed to be.
Yeah, that is. Yeah, that might be a bug for them.
Okay. They actually inflict some damage to the Soviets.
And we also have the mortars coming in.
Dave, I
did you roll for that already?
A little chat there.
What?
Oh, those 2 units were preparing for an assault. So do they join?
Oh, were they actually ordered to assault, or were they just shooting?
No, they wanted to. They wanted to move up and engage. They
Okay.
necessarily assault. Well, I didn't get.
Did someone resolve this mortar fire here or not?
I have not.
Okay, I'll roll for it then. Yeah. These guys are also suppressed, so.
I'll do no disadvantage because these guys are attacking out in the open, so.
Okay, I need to take a little break here. Dave is here, and I'm going to hand him the podcast for the time.
Sure.
Thank you, Dave. I'll be back in a little bit.
Oh, would it appear to you that because of the German counterattack, that the Soviet kind of push has kind of petered out?
Yeah, I think after this turn, we're gonna do this turn. All the combat is resolved, right?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. All right. Go, everyone. Just do this turn normally. So 10:45. There's a good chance that we're just gonna end the game. After
11
that, but-
o'clock, isn't
Oh
it?
yeah, sorry, 11 o'clock. Yeah.
Oh, I was just about to get it.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, continue the time as normal. So it's 11:00, guys. Oh yeah, wait. I need to roll to see if Luigi dies. Okay, or something bad happens to him. He is. I need to check the doc. I need to update this die. Okay, now he is fine. Yep. All right. It is, as I said, 11:00.
I'm looking at it on
Yeah,
my
yeah.
screenshot. There's a
And
German
the
rifle unit and a machine gun unit over there. You need to redirect your Paul. You need to redirect the direct
Guns over the
artillery
east.
support. Yeah,
To the right.
to the left, to our west.
Left. Okay.
Yeah, in that tree area, in that forested region, to the left of the T in Sopa.
yeah,
it.
they are
Okay.
they're a bit further west into the tree line. But yeah, they had 3 whole trenches and they are fully
Oh, I
manned.
see him now.
They are fully
Hello. It is 11 o'clock. You arrive at the noisiness of the front line, where some part of cohesion could have been reestablished, and assaults are being launched against or at least attacks are being launched against the trench line north of Savi. You can see some battered and destroyed Soviet and German formations there with a large amount of dead bodies at the edge of the trench, but it seems like the trench is still in German hands, as there's still this fire coming from north of Savi. Your support guns are just shooting their last shells into that trench to support the assault, when suddenly 2 or 3 German platoons burst out of the tree lines to the west, attacking your flanks. Some of the mortarmen get caught and hit, but respond to the fire as best as they can, with also 6 company being on the retreat, being hit quite heavily by them. Also some mortar fires coming down just west of you, and it is all around a great deal of confusion, with a lot of wounded streaming back from the north from failed assaults.
All right, let's get all of 3rd Battalion. That's 7th, 8th, and 9th Company. Pull them back to the top of the T trench line, south of the word Magista. get everybody back and form defense around around the word Magista. Basically, let's get everybody back. Okay. And we will just secure this. That's as far as we're going. That's as far as this regiment is now capable of moving. Our resources are done, and you can tell.
So
You can
we
let
have
Otto
this whole
know.
trench
we're-
line, the whole eye, right?
Yeah.
This trench. So
Yeah,
this,
in my screenshot we do. Yeah.
all right. So basically, this eye-shaped trench that originates out of Magista is our hold point.
Yep.
Got it. Okay.
let's get that whole battalion back and into those trenches and set up as to secure them. And you can let Otto know we're the regiment is done. We're not going any further. So
Muffin that clear?
Any orders that I have to take?
All
That was it.
units are to come back to the eye-shaped trench lines that originate out of Magista. If there are any rounds left in these fixed guns, they're to fire to the west over the heads of the men under that group to the west, and we're just going to basically create a defensive position in those trenches. So the
All
little
right.
2IC is going to be running around giving those orders to the different company commanders.
Okay.
Well, it looks like that's as far as we're gonna get. So
On this day, that'd be.
Yep.
And that's our way of giving orders. It says to the umpires.
Yeah, you need to
draw a line under it. Draw a line under it.
unless the Germans have like a brigade that is about to assault us or something stupid like that, then
What are
then
your
this is-
orders?
this
My
needs
orders
to
are we're
end.
done.
Yeah, we're done. We've gone as far as we're going to go. So
yeah,
we're out of ammunition. We're a lot of our forces are now essentially combat ineffective. We've more than exceeded what I thought we would as far as punching the breach. So yeah, we don't need to go any further.
I do have one question. I mean, the whole kind of Molnica incident, I mean, how badly did that hamper your plans?
Well, Molnica, to me, Molnica was always the key. That was where this battle was won or lost. Anything beyond that was kind of gravy. So if we were able to take it, that was, to me, that was success. So I had hoped that we could take it with just the 2nd Battalion. In the end, we had to use 3rd Battalion as well to take it. But it didn't really, I wouldn't say it really hampered us, except that because 3rd Battalion was still fresh and able to push towards Sabalina. So it didn't hurt 3rd Battalion in that regard. So we were able to go past that point and on to towards Sabalina, which was good. That 2nd Battalion got tore up is sad, but the objective was still taken. So yeah, I can't say that it really hampered us that much.
Well, oddly, the
because-
2nd Battalion's goal was the odd outcome was the 2nd Battalion's goal was to create enough of a shock at Molnica that we could pass the 3rd through. In the end, the 2nd's assault ended up with them withdrawing.
Yeah.
So it actually kind of
So-
worked, although at too high a cost.
Yeah, it was a really a much higher cost than I had hoped for, but that 3rd Battalion was able to pass through and start heading north without with no damage to it was what was part of the plan anyway. So yeah, I think the only part of that didn't go the way I would have preferred was that 2nd Battalion got tore up more than it should have. But other than that, yeah, I don't think it really hampered us too much. If that answers your question, Dave, I'm sorry.
That's a perfect answer. Yeah, and I mean, what more for the regiment? I mean, do you know if there's going to be a follow-up element coming after you, or I mean, there was talk of of that, or do you think they're going to be pulled off the line for a couple of weeks?
Well, this regiment will definitely have to get pulled out and reconstituted. But the rest of the division, the breach has been made. We've penetrated. How far do you figure now, Paul? About 7 kilometers. Yeah, we've penetrated the German line by 7 kilometers. The breach is made, so the rest of the division can now follow through, and there isn't enough Germans up in front of us to stop another regiment. So all we have to do is hold our position until we're relieved, and then this regiment will be sent back to the rear and reconstituted.
And do you think you've done enough to become part of the like a white guard regiment?
We could be a Soviet Guard rifle regiment. Yeah, they hand that stuff out like candy. So
Yeah.
hell, I got ribbons for my uniform for silly stuff like that too. So
Live the Soviet Union.
Oh, I sat still for 3 hours. Holy.
Welcome to the club. That's what you get for following orders, Anakazan.
you get shot. That's what you get.
Well, I got shot by the enemy, and I died a hero of the Soviet Union. So.
Well, there you go.
I'm gonna get shot by Achilles because I listened to you.
But
I've already
And
shot
I'm
him in
gonna
the
be in
foot.
Sweden.
I didn't disobey any orders, though. I mean,
I can't believe I won't get to enjoy my NATO career with Pilot.
I'd like to accuse Achilles of war crimes hereby. I did not get a fair trial.
Did you forget which country you're fighting for in this one?
Don't make me run off to the enemy. Anyway, AAR.
Yep. So, the game is ending. Do you guys want to do the normal debriefing where everyone gets to talk, or I'm not sure how to do it with this amount of people? What do we
Let's just do commanders. Why not?
All right. We'll do CICs, and then it's like anyone can say anything that they want. But first, I'm going to do the Umpire stuff. So
Someone stream?
We can now. Before we stream or share the fog of war, we're gonna ask each CIC on each side what they think is going on. So the German commander Arthur CIC, how do you think you are doing? You're currently mute.
I think we've lost the battle. I think I'm looking forward to going to Sweden and then getting a nice NATO career. I will write about how glorious this battle was in my memoirs.
And the Soviet CIC, Achilles, how do you think? Or Comrade Colonel Nevsky, how do you think the battle's going?
I think we achieved the key objective, which I said at the beginning, and we've actually gone beyond it. So yeah, I would say that we have been successful.
All right. Can someone, one of the umpires, stream the game, and I will also send the link to General, and the password is Kriegsspiel. Also, since we're trying to get play feedback on why players join some games and don't join some, I've asked.
You're doing
it. Can you, any of the players, you can write in general what garnered interest for you to join this game. But now we're gonna start with the debriefing. So at the moment, the Soviet CIC has ordered some of his troops to hold, while
of course, not everyone seems to be abiding this command, as recently the remnants of 2 companies just committed an head-on assault to the next German position with heavy casualties. And the rest of the Soviet troops are currently huddled around on the fields northeast of Molnica, and a small local German counterattack has taken some prisoners from Soviet troops in the nearby forest, but has unfortunately been stopped on the edge of the tree line by some Soviet troops in what you could, I guess, call the reserve. And what happened, I will, well, this game was based on the historical battle near this defensive line. Historically, the German defenses were overrun quite quickly by large amounts of Soviet infantry. There's nothing really special in that department. I'm trying to think of how to say which one kind of actually won this battle. I think John had a method which was, you think of the trophies gained, territory taken, and reserves left to judge who has won the battle. So currently, the Soviets don't really have any actual fighting formations left, or really only battered groups of companies. The motormen are being sent to the battle, so that is a symbol of, represents how the actual fighting men of the troops have been used up. The Germans have just sent in one of their companies, which was in reserve, to do a counterattack. So they've been committed. So I would maybe say that currently the situation is sort of equal in terms of how many fresh troops in reserve each side has. In terms of territory taken, the Soviets have dislodged or created a breach in the first line of German defense and have taken Molnica as well. They have not dislodged the whole German force from the Marienburg defensive line in this sector. So there is still a possibility of perhaps regaining positions via a stronger counterattack. Not sure if the Germans really historically even have any resources to conduct anything like that, though. And in terms of trophies taken, the Soviets have captured some men, while the Germans have also captured men as well. I'm not sure if any meaningful equipment has been captured. So it's kind of a stalemate situation. This would be only the first wave of the Soviet attack, to be frank, historically. They did send up large amounts of artillery. But yeah, I actually can't think. What do you guys think would be? Is this a German victory or a Soviet victory at this point?
Maybe it's neither.
Well, you have to look at the both sides' goals, right? So the Soviet goal was to open up a path for the rest of the army to exploit, and I think they did it, even though they suffered tremendous losses. I will say the next Russian attack will pierce through if no German reinforcements are sent. So I will consider that a Soviet Pyrrhic victory.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, barely.
Yeah, on an offensive of this.
Oftentimes in war, winners and losers are hard to distinguish, and even if you win, it feels like you lost. People think that a victory in a battle is this cause for great celebration, and I can't imagine that. I can only imagine that it's a relatively sorrowful occasion, especially when dealing with the casualties and the suffering on this scale, So again, who won, who lost? to me, everybody kind of loses, and it's kind of a moot question, you know.
Yeah. On the whole scale of this is part of a grand strategic operation. The Soviets have, even with high losses, they have created a breach. But the Germans had only 4 companies and 3 artillery batteries versus 9 companies, 3 motor companies, and 18 batteries. So at least you could say that the Germans fared better than they've had possibly an impossible mission, but they've had well. But currently, it's going to be a Soviet victory, purely for the fact that they have created a breach, and the second wave will likely deal with the situation if no meaningful reinforcements are sent. So now I shall go quickly over the brief, over the scenario. We're trying to do it as quickly as possible. The Soviets sent the well, actually, I'll tell each side how many troops. Oh yeah, never mind. So the Soviets, Soviet concentration was going to be to Gorodatsek on this small portion of the German front line. The Soviet artillery first pummeled in the first 15 minutes the whole width of the front line, and then did very concentrated barrages on this small portion of the front line held by, I think, the 3rd Jäger company of the German side. Trying to put them something like this. There were only, I think, 3 platoons, 3 or 2 platoons in total manning this sector. So it was really an overkill having an entire artillery regiment's worth of guns firing on this position. But also the command of the unit was heavily wounded there, likely suffered brain damage as well due to the incredible amounts of shock waves an artillery regiment's worth of artillery does. And the Soviets were under the cover of smoke able to quite handily create a breach in the trench line. Unfortunately, though, for the Soviets, the Germans did have troops left on the southern ends of the front trench line, and the German troops of the 3rd Jäger Company performed a very valiant defense in this small pocket of resistance. I think they lasted perhaps almost an hour. Of course, unfortunately, a possibility of retreat didn't really seem viable due to the vast amounts of open land and the fact that the actual trench connecting them with the rest, supposed to connect them with the rest of the front, was headed north, which was now cut off. The Soviets eventually took over this trench and continued their attack with their 2nd battalion onto the next line of defense, while the 1st battalion was more or less left to defend this point. The Soviet artillery was concentrated on the village of Molnica, but didn't really pummel the positions on the front line of the German defense. As such, the Germans more or less came unscathed. The Soviet mortars, of course, did inflict some suppression onto the Germans, but it wasn't quite enough. The Soviets then began their offensive towards the enemy line with, I think, 1 company was headed towards the east. The Germans didn't really have large amounts of, I think it was very concentrated, something like this. The Germans didn't have large amounts of defensive resources, and as such, they had quite thin layers of barbed wire. But unfortunately, these 2 layers of barbed wire, in combination with the German strong positions, were able to slow down the Soviet attack And at the perfect time, as the Soviets were crossing this barbed wire, they were hit by the 2 barrages of the entirety of the German artillery battalion in the rear. The German artillery battalion actually had faced some difficulties in being able to call fire due to the fact that their headquarters was bombarded by one of the Soviet preliminary barrages. But eventually, the German High Command was still able to, just at the nick of time, call artillery right at the perfect moment and dealt massive casualties on 3 fresh Soviet companies. The entirety of the 2nd Battalion of the Red Army's 130th Rifle Regiment suffered perhaps 50, I'm not sure it's 50%, well, maybe up to 50% casualties in their first engagement of the day. The Germans eventually began running low on ammunition, and when the Soviet supportive arms were brought up, in addition to more troops advancing, they were forced to retreat. Meanwhile, the Germans were repositioning more troops into reserve and to protect the next line of defense. The Soviet assault became bogged down, perhaps to difficulties on command and control, with some troops attempting to not follow the plan of their CIC and trying to even go eastwards. Eventually, the Soviets did continue their offensive, taking quite a lot of casualties per each trench line, with some trying to sneakily go through the forest, only to be attacked by a counterattack and German defensive positions. And that is where the game ended, with a breach. A clear breach has been made for the Soviets, but the Soviets have taken monstrous losses. But they've still achieved their objective. So now let's quickly go over the umpires and then each CIC, and then everyone can just say whatever they want. Eritz, let's start with you. What did you think of the battle?
Well, let's go ahead with another Empire. I'll play it.
Okay.
Would that be me?
Yeah, I think that is you, because some of our umpires had to leave. We had a great team, I gotta say. It was an excellent.
Well, I don't know exactly what planning documents each side was given, but it seemed to me like both sides had a pretty clear plan. Especially the Soviets had a pretty concentrated breakthrough. I think what ultimately, well, in the end it is a Soviet victory, but it almost cost the Soviets the victory, was that their artillery was very concentrated, destroying or utterly obliterating some units while leaving a lot of others unscathed. While they were still able to drive through some thin German defenses, where what I think, because of the Germans were kind of sluggish in reacting to the push and moving reserves or abandoning the front lines in the west and establishing further defensive positions, which enabled the Soviets to push very far before counterattacks could be made. Yeah, that's all I think.
Right, thanks. And let's go to the CICs. Let's start, and the CICs and 2 ICs. Let's start with CIC on both sides. So, Dog Pilot, you led the Germans. What do you have to say?
Hey, I think I I think I didn't expect the attack through the forest enough. I was kind of expecting that no way they were gonna attack through the swamp, and me and KB were even joking, oh no, they have sheephead on their team, they're gonna now attack through the swamp. But that turns out to have been their plan. And I think I moved over my reserves quite quickly when it became obvious that they should be moved. I think Muffin he's making a correct assessment, but I think it's quite unfair to put it as just I was sluggish in moving the reserves. As if I had moved them earlier, why would I have moved them earlier? Because there was still the chance of the Soviets attacking in that direction. There was artillery fire coming down over there. There was no reason to suggest that the Soviets were gonna do what they were doing. For me at that moment. So it's I think it's an assessment that you can make from the umpire table, but I don't think it's an assessment I could have made on the field that easily.
Alright, and let's go to the German 2SC Hauptmann Wolf, who died, I think, halfway through the game in the bombardment of Molnica.
Yeah, died an hour and a half into the battle. Yeah, I spent the first hour up at Subkina at the German headquarters, and we were discussing where the main attack was going to come from, and it was becoming like kind of clear to us from the artillery fire that it was going to be somewhere in the east. And what was also becoming clear was that if it was coming somewhere in the east, the third company is pretty much lost. So I decided to head over to the southern entrenchments at Molnica to try to get a view if I could see any retreating troops from third company, or if I could just confirm, to write them off the accountancy or whatever, just strike them from the record. And when I arrived there, I could see like a whole. I think I could see 4 companies from my position, 4 Soviet companies in the tree line, and I made some urgent messages to Dogpilot to basically start leveling that entire approach with artillery. But right after I made that message, I blew up. So
pretty dramatic. Alright, and now let's go to the Soviet side, who did some extensive planning. So let's start with the CSE, Comrade Colonel Nevsky.
Well, this was an interesting problem as it presented itself, because when you're talking about the fire plan, for example, for the artillery, there's nothing on call. We can't make a radio message and say, send it now or something like that. So everything had to be planned in advance and timed in advance. And that meant you basically just had to look at what was essentially an empty map and try to guess, where do we need to drop this and when. As Lafondios and I were looking at this for the planning, it was obvious to me, or at least in my point of view, that this was a breach assault. This was a standard breach assault. We were not given any kind of geographic objective. We were just told, as far as the briefing was concerned, that we needed to breach the line. So there wasn't any like stopping point. There wasn't some location that we needed to get to. So essentially we had to create where the objective point we thought should be, and then breach the line for that. And as I looked at it, I felt that Molnica was the center of gravity for the defense of this area. And to me, that was the key location. So we had 3 stages we were going after. The first was the initial breach, which was on that line between Gordasek and Hill 129. So that area, that was where the initial breach would occur, and that was 1st Battalion under Great Gold. We put the we put the first fire mission was half of our batteries doing a support or a suppression mission that was spaced out across the line, across the entirety of the line. And that way we wouldn't give away where the axis of advance was going to be, but we would hopefully suppress some units in those regions and give them reason to stay put for a while. And then the next fire mission would be a concentrated all batteries, both regiments, concentrating on the breach area, which is that space between Gordetsek and Hill 129. So that area right there would be hit by everything we had. And then that would be followed by smoke mission, because we were following a process that in the U.S. Army they use for breach assault. It's called SOSRA. It's pretty standard, actually. It's pretty universal. And it stands for suppress, obscure, secure, reduce, and assault. So the suppression was that mass artillery there. Then the obscuration was the mass smoke mission. Then they would be assaulted there by 1st Battalion, which their objective was to take that trench line from Hill 129 to Gordetsek. 2nd Battalion was coming in behind them, and the reason we used that forested region that we did for our movement was because it was really the only covered area where we could go, where we could mass all our forces. I didn't want to put make an assault across open ground, because then you could have easily dropped artillery on us before we even hit the trench line, and it would have been a disaster. So we needed some kind of covered approach. 2nd Battalion is moving up behind 1st Battalion. 1st Battalion secures the breach area. Then 2nd Battalion would wait on the next round of fires, which was a second suppressive fire by half of our batteries. And this was for the deep battle part. That was the one that hit back there at I don't remember the name of it. It's deep back there. I think that must have been where your artillery headquarters was, or whatever. Yeah, that one. Beresnyuki. I chose that target because you can see by the map where all the trails lead into it. It's kind of a crossroad concentration. And I figured that if there were any mobile or command elements for the Germans, that would be the area that they would be in, because it's centralized and it has access by trail or road to all the different parts of the line. So we dropped that was the deep battle part. We dropped the barrage there, and we dropped a barrage. The other part of that barrage was, I can't remember. I think it was on Sabalina, wasn't it? Or was it on mid? I can't remember. Anyway, so then the next part of that was, while that was happening, 2nd Battalion was to be moving up to their assault position towards Malnika. Then the final barrage that we had, and this was because we were limited to 3 HE missions and 1 smoke mission for all of our batteries. The final one was a destruction mission. Basically, they're going to use all their ammo, and that was on Malnika itself. I would have liked to have hit some of those Germans in those trenches there. That would have been nice, but that would have certainly helped 2nd Battalion. Unfortunately, we hit a little too far back, but we wanted to wreck that crossroads in that area there in case there were Germans moving up there, or there were Germans in defense there, because Malnika was our primary objective. And then 2nd Battalion made its assault. 2nd Battalion got chewed up. 3rd Battalion was behind them, so we brought them up as a reserve. And at that time, the Germans were falling back from there. So we were able to take Malnika. And then 3rd Battalion made its advance going northeast towards Sabalina. And in my original goals, there were 3 stages. Sabalina was the 3rd stage, but the first 2 and Malnika was, to me, was the key, because as I looked at the map, Malnika is the real center of gravity to this area. You can see it's a crossroads. It's a significant location. It's in the center, and if you take it, you can go in any direction from there. You can go north and cut any Germans off by going north towards the next division's boundary line, or you could go west and cut off those guys that were down in Mitkoveska or whatever that is, or you could continue just going straight up northwest. So you can go in any direction from there. So that to me was the key for the follow-on force that would eventually do the penetration or do the exploitation. So I wanted to get those first two stages. If we got Molnica, to me that was the ultimate key. And Sabalina was a nice to have, but I'm not going to sweat it if we don't get there.
All right, thanks. And now, before we move on to a free forum, we got the second in command, Major Lafondioski, who was the second in command for the Soviet side.
Yeah, Achilles just gave an excellent overview, so that I don't have a whole lot more to add other than thanks to the Soviet players. All you can really ask for from a Soviet playing IKS player is that when you set out such a rigid plan with the timings, that you get your units to where they're supposed to be, and everybody did that, save for a couple of rogues who went off the reservation a little bit. But everybody really followed the plan. So I think if you look at how the units executed, they executed exactly to the plan. So it was really fun to do. So thanks so much, and nice job, everybody.
I'd like to say thank you also to Lafondioski. He did a great job of drawing out the fire plan for us after it was set out and doing that. So I appreciate all of that.
One more question, by the way, for everyone. We're trying to, for 2024, we're trying to get more consistent player counts for Open Saturday to help us plan games better and also to raise player numbers. So I've asked in general question for today's players, what made you want to participate? So if you can write your answer in general, go ahead. You can also private message me it, or you can.
All right, folks, it's time to wrap up today's live broadcast of our battle. You've heard the result. You've heard from all the players. I think the Soviets only suffered horrendous casualties, to quote Otto, which is probably a great success for them, but we'll see. We'll probably talk about this on tomorrow's episode of Coffee Kegs and Kriegsspiel, so if you are watching this in the future, which means after tomorrow's episode, feel free to go through our live channel on, well, the live tab of all of our broadcasts on YouTube, and you should find our discussion of this battle, and you can always listen to the YouTube discussion of it. So, all right, well, I want to thank you all for tuning in. I hope you enjoyed today's event, and I will see you all on our next adventure. Goodbye for now.